thing.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Don't Trust the Dungeon Master.
Goodbye.
Kay and I am one of those players. Welcome to episode 28.
Nine, eight,
Yeah,
9,
28.
29.
Primerus Paradox. We're here. In case it wasn't notated, yes, we're not going to be playing Arkelya this Friday, and we were going to play the next Friday, but the 1st, September 1st, is when we'll be resuming the next episode of that. So yeah, check us out then. And yeah, that's all the major announcements. Oh, actually, there is one. So there is some tweaks to the stream on audio levels, trying to balance it out. We'll see if this helps or if this actually screws everything up. Trying to split what channels pull in audio, and it's well, hopefully we can actually hear me and everyone. So if audio is whacked, please let us know as soon as possible. Thank you.
Who was having hearing trouble before? Anyways,
I really had bad hearing, so
on to Banana's favorite portion of the game. Lucky roll.
it's my favorite.
Everyone get those dice up in the air. Everyone get those dice up in the air.
I love rolling dice.
3, 2, 1, go.
I love it. Yeah. Yeah.
That 20 day. Holy.
No
I
repeats.
love it. Oh, baby. No. +3. What?
From lowest to highest, choose a non-god, non-animal, non-party member NPC. No duplicates. DM gets a -5. I'm actually... nope, DM is ahead of me. He's down below. He's -2.
Wow.
Well,
Wow.
I'm choosing first, so let me just go over here and grab
Non-animal,
grab
non-player character.
or not. It's not player character. It's non-party member.
Party member.
So no Cersei,
Yeah,
no Jeremy.
Do we count Axel Petals as a party member?
He's already been chosen.
Oh! Oh!
All right, next pick is Lairs.
Mint.
Non-animal.
Jeez, a
Mint
mouse.
isn't an animal. All right, there's Mint. All right, next on the list is none other than it's looking like Sweet. Yeah, Sweet.
Yeah.
She is. Look at how small her little hat is.
Not fair. I wanted to pick Vince again.
And she's looking at the little book. Oh, she's so adorable.
Fine, I'll do Professor Cor-g-ial.
Groogy.
She did not seem happy about picking Professor Cor-g-ial. She's like, fine.
Oh God!
Technically a party member.
No, Groogy's not a party member.
Hey, don't crush that bug.
All right, next on the list is Ishtar, Nicole, Mike.
It's Ishtar. We're not. No more Nicole. This is done with this.
Well, the party knows him as Ishtar now, so they could just call him
Yes,
that.
time to call him Ishtar.
My options are. That's right, Mike. Your options are taken.
Sedge.
You're gonna have to pick someone else. No, we haven't met Death yet, and if you're choosing about the god of death, no gods allowed. The light champion. My goodness gracious, where is she? She's all the way over here. That's right. What a emotional young lady.
Oh, I could have picked the living lightning. Talos. Oh.
All right, next on the list. Banana, do you want to pick next? You have the same thing with that -3, so Banana, I'll let you
take
choose.
final pick.
Okay, so next is
Ooh.
DTW.
Wow.
DTW is going to pick. I'll pick an enemy Kojo.
The Jingo star, up and coming, wants to best his brother, a true monster on the field.
Truly.
All right, and last pick, Banana.
I pick the most powerful of all of them, Admiral Tychus.
Where the fuck is Admiral
He's
Tychus?
early on.
Tyrus, right here. There he is. Grand Admiral Tyrus. In his prime.
He
You
bombed
didn't say
Theramore.
when. You didn't say when to select him. I want him when he was
All right,
50 years younger,
Okay.
in
All
his
right.
prime.
Now from lowest to highest, explain why Ishtar would hate your chosen NPC the most. The person who convinces me that Ishtar would hate theirs the most chooses your recaps.
Okay, so I'm going first. Ooh.
I'm gonna say, whenever box makes a pick, he always picks the antithesis of whatever the problem happens to be. So picking Axel Petals is like the most loved thing for Nicole, right?
I think he might not get along with him because he's friend to everyone. He would befriend even human, and then there'd be humans around Nicole, and he would hate that.
Oh.
But I don't think Axel's gonna be the one he hates the most. All right, next lowest, Laris. Explain to me how Ishtar would hate men.
Yeah, I mean, she has magic items and he doesn't. He's jelly.
Ishtar is known to care a lot about magical items. Constantly.
Yeah.
All right, next on the list, Cor-g-ial. Explain to me, sweet, why Ishtar would hate Cor-g-ial.
I got you, because Cor-g-ial already spends so much time with Axel. Axel will barely have enough time for Ishtar, so in turn he would hate Cor-g-ial the most.
It's
because
jealousy.
the bond that Cor-g-ial has with him is inseparable.
That's true. All right, next on the list, Mike, can you explain to me why Ishtar would hate the Champion of Light?
Oh, man.
That's true.
Tongue sensitivity.
Human. That's all you need. All right. DTW.
Right.
Why would Ishtar hate Koga?
Well,
Kojo.
Kojo, if I recall correctly, is a human. And so that is automatically a point taken off. But more so than that, he is extremely cocky and an asshole. Therefore, Ishtar looks at him and goes, "Ugh." Ugh. Exactly. It's like the worst traits that embody what Ishtar sees in humans.
Okay, and finally, Banana. Admiral Tyrus.
Well, Admiral Tyrus, in his prime, used to lead constant excursions to Ramaros and pelt it with bombardment from the coastlines, and they were at war with the pathetic drow and their terrible elven, and he used to take Boo Bear, and he used to say, "Hey, Boo Bear, go and get all of them together and round them all up,"
so his prime had to be within the last 15 years for Boo Bear to be alive.
Wasn't he the admiral for the Doros stuff?
Yes, he was part of Doro. He had all of this fake lore. He had nothing to do.
Yeah. But this is the lore in the Lucky Roll lore.
So if that lore were to be true, I think Admiral Tyrus would be the one that Ishtar hates most. But,
I'm also human, by the way.
Yeah. I think
I want to point that out.
I think it would be Kojo who was
be careful, Sonny.
who was dismissive to his friend and also looked down upon them and is human. He embodies the trait that humans most do. And
no supper for you.
Mind.
Get off my property and don't leave.
All right, so DTW, you go ahead and pick who does the recap. You may pick anyone you want. Anyone you want.
Anyone I want.
Anyone you want.
And that includes you, the DM. I pick you.
How dare you?
And it comes in.
Here it is.
Sweating bullets time. The DM has chosen Mike. Mike is allowed to beg Laris to recap. Laris may agree and do the recap.
All right, so Mike, how you feeling, Mike?
What am I being targeted? Is it because I messaged you through the week from my Sunday?
Yes, exclusively that.
Man, it's just everything. I'm being bullied, man. It's unfair.
This has been the Mike Lucky roll. What the heck?
But like in reality though, Laris would be lovely to do the recap, right?
Are you begging me?
So bad.
Wow, I'll do it. Fine.
All right, there we go. Handled. It's done.
All right,
see you next week, Lucky Roll.
Our last episode, Amelia sees Aurora outside searching for her and sneaks past her to get back inside the inn. The red-haired girl manages to quietly deposit 200 of her own platinum split amongst the group. She then fetches Aurora from outside, pretending she was asleep in the inn. But Aurora sees through the deceit, though she doesn't push the issue. Come morning, most of the group is confused about the new money. Gathering for breakfast, Nicole begins to accuse Kaylin of the donation, but then recognizes it was Amelia's coin. The youngest human denies the accusations, weaving a story about it being Malcolm's gold instead. The cleric tries to corner Amelia on the subject before Sidek claims he'll go talk to Malcolm with Amelia. While outside, the Wood Elf quickly learns the truth. He gives her money back, while Amelia uses the moment to try to understand why Sidek is opposed to the Anther. Despite her efforts, she is unable to shake his opposition to the assassins of Doros, and his responses instill her with doubt. He offers to take her to Terran's tower to help her look for some apparel for her corgi, and she agrees. Meanwhile, Aurora and Thrak head to the auction to browse. The blonde barbarian gets into a bidding war with a leader of the steppes in an attempt to wound his coffers, but the man sees through the charade and stops bidding, thus forcing Aurora to cough up 725 gold to purchase a mage slave, much to Thrak's disappointment. Nicole finds Alice and asks if she can contact Carstein Parpos before realizing he can do that himself. He reaches out to his old former order member, but there is no reply. Suddenly, Alice says she has to go and walks away. The Drow cleric stops her, and she alerts him that Carstein has just messaged her and said that Ishtar died 9 months ago. Fearing that Nicole is an imposter, she says she would appreciate some space and leaves. The band regroups and purchases a few magical items from the auction. Nicole asks the group if they would be willing to join him on the expedition to Ramaros. Everyone agrees, despite the risks, and Nicole notifies Mr. Guest, who remarks they'll be in touch. The band heads off with Mouse Scout to his ship and leaves Boros. Aurora gives Amelia the pretty red dress that she bought and adorns her hair with the ribbon. During the night, the group has a nightmare of a devil planting a seed before it blooms into a flower. The ensemble wakes up in sharp pain, each with a branded flower still glowing on their chests. They reach out to Carstein via the book he provided them. The enigmatic man suspects that they got the Hellspore Plague, which after a month of gestation mutates into the Silent Death. This evolution kills the inflicted within 1 year, causing intense pain in the final months. The only known cures are either through direct divine help or through aid from the Hells. The near 1 month trip back to Primera flashes by. During the travel, Aurora works in the call to free her mage slave, who they learn is named Daniel. He's thankful to be free of the gem that was muddling his mind, and offers to repay the gold to everyone else. Daniel comes from an island far to the east, and he took his son's spot to prevent his son from becoming a mage slave instead. Nicole sends numerous messages over the weeks to help coordinate with the many contacts the group has picked up over their adventures. As the trip nears completion, Keen's Hold can be seen on the horizon. And that's it.
Wow. What happened last session, if not nothing? Anyway.
What do you mean, if not nothing?
If not nothing.
We got branded by the mark of death. We got 12 months to live, and a month just went by.
What a nothing of a session, am I right, guys? 3 feet worth of progress. Anyways.
One mage slave included.
Why do I have all these tokens in front of my section? I don't need the fat slaver or Alice or Tiberius Finch or Nine Lives Parker.
I don't know why you have these.
Yeah, I didn't put them there.
They're gone now. Hope I didn't need them. I hope I had my copies of them somewhere.
Let's just remind everyone, when Alice appeared on the table, Sweet begged to go talk to her immediately because she was pretty.
Sweet the ever shallow. All right. Our intrepid party journeys across the oceans of Primera to reach the continent. Throughout the week, our dear cleric contacts multiple figures and has at length conversations with them, 25 words at a time. Is there any that you would share with the party, Nicole?
Oh, shit. There's a lot of scrolling.
There's a lot of conversations.
Yep, too many. But
I just messaged a total of 17 different people, okay?
Yeah. Now, is there any of that would be on the top of your head? Oh, this is something I would have shared with the party.
Probably Cor-g-ial going on an expedition within the next couple of months. And
Amelia
then
would write out one of them at minimum. They're not in front of Nicole, but she would have talked to someone else about it. But I'll wait for Nicole to.
who?
Yeah.
After that, what else do I say? Oh, yeah. I would say Cersei says hello to everyone and hopes that everyone's doing okay. Cersei said that she will be going around killing all the demons she knows, and seeing if she can get information on helping. She said for everyone to get well and get good.
Get good.
What else? When we go to Maros, we would have to meet Roki on the ruined whale. I forgot his name already. Oh, no, the table's up, so I can just. Yeah, Kenneth has quit, and has said to never reach out and talk to him ever again. He's done with all this bullshit.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, Kenneth quit while you guys are gone. While everyone was gone, he quit.
He put his 2 weeks in 3 weeks ago.
We're coming back with like 10,000 gold.
It's too late. He quit. He couldn't do it.
No. Send him another sending.
No. Kenneth did
Tell him
say
he doesn't
never
have
contact
permission.
me again. He said that.
Yeah, do it again because he's lying, and tell him that he doesn't have our permission to quit.
Thrag will free every slave, but keep Kenneth.
And then Lunders and Dorama can't be reached due to most likely the anti-magic field.
That makes sense, but they're probably in the same problem that we are, right?
Nicole, you can contact Living Legend for Amelia, right? Living
Who?
Lightning? Talos?
Maybe, but if he's in a different dimension,
Oh no,
it may not work.
he in Clouds over Hagenholt. Ask him how he doing. Media, say hi. Ask about Cor-g-ial, please.
I send the sending message to the Living Lightning.
Trying to manifest it, you find that you are not familiar with the Living Lightning.
No, he saw him. He left the portal.
That's not familiar though.
He met the guy, and the guy zapped him. It was like a 2-minute exchange.
Look up scrying for it. Familiar, all right. No, the word familiar
BS.
is used in scrying.
Utter BS.
I know. To me, familiar is an exchange of names, a brief conversation.
He introduced himself as the.
Not seeing
you
someone.
Are a dick.
No, I don't want sending to be this overused. I'm being more strict on what familiar means. It's gonna be the same as it is in scrying. Familiar in scrying means you know the person fairly well.
You scry on your enemies all the time.
Yeah, and you don't get the +5 buff for being familiar with them. Sending says it's someone you're familiar with. So now I'm being a bit more strict on what familiar means. I think you need to exchange names with the person and have met them.
That's fair.
So sending to the Living Lightning that doesn't work.
It doesn't consume your spell. You find yourself unable to manifest that connection.
I am unfortunately able to send the sending spell to the Living Lightning.
Why?
It's unfortunate.
Talk to other
You
people,
could've-
Amelia here.
It's fine. We'll meet him at the next World Jingo Cup.
Wait, you heard all that?
What?
Amelia here. All conversations.
In Elvish. In Elvish. Son of a bitch.
I hope you realize, right? Sending has it can only be in your native. It's only in common. Right?
No, he said in Elvish out loud.
Yeah,
that was just him saying out loud.
Nicole have secret person he talked to.
Sidok! Sidok!
I'm assuming he's like on the fucking deck of the ship.
Yeah, just anywhere, really. He can do this from anywhere, wherever he feels comfortable.
I start walking around to try to find Sidok.
You find Sidek. He's sitting down and meditating.
We have a problem.
What is the problem?
The little one can hear when I am sending messages out to other people.
Didn't you
How's
know
that
this?
problem?
I thought it was just the mental link between yours. I didn't know if it was able to be, well, across the world.
No, it seems that she's able to hear all communication that is not vocal.
This isn't good.
Wow,
is it not
Amelia
good?
has very good brain.
Did Aurora
What
actually
do you
say
think?
that?
I said that.
Are you wanting to keep things secret, Nicole?
Or if I'm sending a message out to other people in the world, I don't want other people listening in on it.
You could just ask her to not listen to you.
Or
That's
just
She's been told not to do other things and looks over.
I
She
really
doesn't
can hear this
listen.
conversation, right? Like, this is not a very
Yeah.
big boat, right?
Yes! Well, I'm talking out loud.
Box?
It's not a big boat. It's less than 60 feet long, so
Oh,
there
then,
was
yeah,
no
Billy
point
can
that you
hear
guys could go to. There was no point you guys could go to not let her hear the spell. But you guys could have a conversation just out loud without her.
He never
Yeah, that's
said
what-
Amelia shouldn't follow, so Amelia's listening in. She's just there.
well, Sidek's not being quiet either. He's just speaking
Yeah, I'm
normally.
not being quiet.
Yeah, they're all just sitting there going, Amelia kind of stupid and stalker-like, really. And she's sitting there crying.
Amelia,
No.
just trying to listen.
And if you don't want Amelia to listen, you can always just go somewhere where Amelia isn't.
Turner.
Well, I was at the front part of the boat. How did she? Maybe she can hear all.
Head, not with ears.
This is gonna be an issue. I can already tell.
Well, you're gonna have to work that out with Amelia then.
Sidak now is much more quieter though, ever since he got, and she looks at his ring. Because someone
Unfortunate.
interpreted it that it works the way it shouldn't. Cursed and divine.
Well, I've always been quiet, Amelia. You know this. Right. Is everyone ready?
I guess so.
We're soon to depart. You
Well,
can get off
the
this boat.
part.
I believe the term is disembark.
I was about to say, we're already on the boat unless we're leaving to go on the. Never mind.
Well, you know what I mean. I disembark then. I'm eager to see our other compatriots and see what headway they've made.
Oh, yes. You won't be doing that either.
Why not?
Only Frederick is at the guild. The rest are on another mission.
We need to get Fred a gift. He's very lonely.
What mission are they doing? Have they not found the tracker yet?
Well, I think they got sidetracked because of a fake ascended. They said that they were helping, and then something of hunting, and then some fake bounty hunter. It was a mess. All I know is they're not there. I also know that Jeremy can be. He can.
Ishtar can't talk to Jeremy.
Who's that?
Jeremy. Is
No, the
Jeremy.
first word he said.
Your
Maybe I
name.
hear you refer to yourself Ishtar many times. I
Yes.
Ishtar Narath.
And you call me Nicole. And you call me Nicole.
Scarlet Rose Bloom once again, right? Right?
Please, call me Nicole.
Why you tell some people Ishtar, but you tell us Nicole?
Because certain people already know the reason why I called myself that. I told you this before.
Yes, you say you are wanted for why?
For certain reasons.
And those are?
Certain.
I'm just gonna look at anyone else. Is anyone else's brain tickled, or is she the only one that's curious?
Kalen is currently has one of his boots off, and he's stretching out his toes and cleaning between them with a rag. He's very distracted at the moment.
I mean, if you don't want to tell us the reason of your bounty, that's on you. But as you know, I'm currently wanted as well for other reasons, and I don't bother to hide it.
I'm also not an assassin that can disappear in a blink of an eye, or stealth away, or go on these high pivot missions and get information and track people down.
Have you seen me doing that in the past 2 months?
I haven't seen it, but I know that you've been doing it.
No. I've been out in the open with you all.
Didn't Thrak literally cast a spell on you for you to go invisible and for you to go... You forgot more information when we were on lockdown?
You know what I'm referring to, Nicole.
Huh?
Anyway,
I heard my name.
Yes.
Why?
We appreciate you and your spells.
Mouth, go get me an ale.
Well,
Mouth begins to pillage these people's storerooms.
Don't return until you get me one.
well,
Mouth is hunting now.
well,
Should I free him from these bonds of slavery?
Mouth?
I'm
slave?
like
You say
I'm
mouth,
I'm kind of in a chair, just kind of like just almost passed out, just kind of giving up a little bit.
you're talking about your relationship with Mouth, your familiar?
But you
Yeah.
say mouth not slave last media ask.
I know, but I just asked him to get me something, and I feel like I'm inflicting some sort of like an order.
Rock like mouth. Call him Master Mouth.
Well,
Yeah,
You also say
Isn't-
brother a lot.
I mentally in my mind say to Mouth, which Amelia can hear, if you don't want to get it, you don't have to.
You can just hear clamoring in the back of the ship. He is throwing things around.
Good
It
giving.
seems to be what he wants to do. Weird.
I
Alright.
also forgot, we're technically still quarantine, aren't we?
no, it's not contagious.
I thought he said... Oh, alright.
We docked, right?
I have-
Everyone's left
Yeah.
the boat, basically.
No. We're back a bit just to discuss the things that Nicole got on the ship that
So we
would have
are
been
on the
during
ship.
travel.
Okay.
Yes,
Alright.
this would have been done during travel because this is conversation based on what Nicole learned by sending, which he would be doing during travel.
Did you at any point in time ever sending to Iran?
No?
Why?
Why?
I think he'll be eager to know that probably 3/4 of his adventuring guild now are inflicted with a deadly curse that could explode our brains in less than a year's time.
Yeah, we're not quite valuable assets if we're dead.
Don't want brains.
Might be some information he might be interested in also helping us out with his royal
Alright,
Assets.
I'll start casting, sending to the prince.
I'd say you're not very familiar. I'm kidding. You're very familiar with Iran. You know Iran. You guys know Iran. All right. So you cast sending. This is in the latter half of your journey. I am gonna say like you're arriving at Kingsland or Kingshold by the end of today. So this is at the latter end after the 17 other people with multiple messages to each of them.
What?
So what do you want to say to him?
I would just basically state that, hey, we're on our way. We should be there back at the guild. And we're afflicted by a demon curse that is only cured by god divination or the hells.
So you send out a sending that's hello, we're almost home. Good to be back. By the way, we have a disease that can only be cured by the divine or someone from the hells. Hope to see you. Wink.
Sounds good. Nice.
There's a
nice
rather long pause until you hear back. That is terrible, McCall. I, however, am currently being held prisoner within the dunes. I'm really glad you're reaching out to me. I would love if you could make your way down here soon. I found the seer in Ozun.
I turn to look to Amelia.
Nah.
That's not good. That's not. Iran's been captured by dunes.
You also can hear. Yes, Amelia is correct. The prince is being detained.
Detained by the dunes.
Yes.
Oh,
You found the seer, though.
Oh, that's good.
Right. Well, if it isn't one thing, it's the other. I guess. No rest for us.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, we gotta go to the dunes anyway to get the tracker.
Good divine person.
Good divine person.
Brain blown up.
Okay, it's gonna be very difficult to find Solari. Okay. I'm just gonna let you know now.
Solari, and she'll just start praying. Please, please help us.
Oh.
Hey, Box, am I familiar with
with Solari?
Surely she will help
you're
us.
Most devoted. We need your help, please.
Most devoted. Never read a single book in her life.
There's a person living with a tattoo of Solari on their chest.
Amelia, your words just seem to echo out into the empty abyss. Nothing seems to happen. It's sad.
No. She must be sleeping.
She hates you.
You've been abandoned by your god.
You're an oath breaker, Amelia.
Oh, there is no god either.
Right.
Yeah. As the boat is traveling southward towards Kingshold, you hear from up above, "Everyone, you're going to want to see this above deck."
Oh,
It sounds like Moscow.
If I see the city on fire, I swear I will kill
Moscow,
people.
there's not much more I can take here.
Please don't be an orphanage on fire.
All right, Amelia, you're the first to see it, and I will need a wisdom save from you. Upon witness. You see, off in the distance, you can see the Kingshold. It's rather small, but up in the sky above it, you see what looks like a tear in the sky. This swirling dark purple energy behind it. This pulsating effect.
What
20 total.
What did they do to the Helm of Domination? No!
20 total. you are able to look upon it, Amelia. You watch as this effect seems to be ripping open and growing wider, and everyone on the boat is looking. Though some people have turned their eyes away as if it hurts them to stare at.
Oh, it's like almost fear. So there's like
the rest of you
over
coming
King's
up.
Hold.
My eyes.
It doesn't seem to be over King's Hold. The way it looks, as if it's just static in that spot in your vision, as if no matter where you are, you would be able to see it like this. It's bizarre. It's almost alien.
So do we need to roll or just Amelia?
If you come up and look, you need to roll.
I'll come up and look.
I'll
Does
come
my
up and
mask
look.
protect me?
It doesn't. You need to roll the wisdom saving. You need to roll the wisdom saving throw.
I'm gonna
Did
mind
someone have
break.
a luck stone? Right?
That's
Someone had a.
Amelia. Amelia have
Did you add it to your roll?
I did. Amelia add +3.
Ah, mine broke. That's a 6 DM.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Nicole's able to look. How about
I stare at it.
No. It's 8.
Good gracious! Look at all
All of
these
these rolls.
terrible rolls. Let's see if
Whoa.
let's see if our good buddy Kalen can stare at it. Nope. All right, so Thrak, Sadak, and Aurora, as you're staring at it, you suddenly get glimpses of your early life flashing before you. Horrific things changed in them, though. Everything seems to be terrible. Just the worst outcome that could have happened at any given moment in your past seems to, and it all finishes with this symbolism of a chain snapping, being pulled apart. You cannot look upon it. You have to avert your gaze from it. Amelia and Nicole, you watch as it begins to glow brighter and brighter until suddenly a beam slams down. It looks like it's hitting something past King's Hold, like on the opposite side of King's Hold from you guys. It hits for 10 seconds, maybe that, and then you watch as the sky begins to close. These purple chains seeming to wrap around and pull it together, almost as if stitching it back together, and it closes. And where this darkness was, day returns. The clouds begin to spin in that location. Almost, it just nothing happened after it.
It was like an ascension.
Was it
That was a
north,
fucking dark
east,
ascension.
south?
It sounded like there was an ion cannon being fired in the fucking place.
Yes.
Yes. And south. So you guys are. Let me.
Was it similar? I
Like
just gotta ask.
here?
Was
Yeah,
it
you guys are
similar? Was it similar to the prison?
No. This
So
seemed,
the beam.
this seemed otherworldly. It looked like
Oh.
it would have hit in this area.
Oh,
Okay.
jeez.
What kind of color was this
Do
beam again?
we?
It's sort of this light purple.
Well, purple is usually a bad color, right?
It's a
Is
good
it?
color. Okay.
Imagine
Some people
that's
like
not-
purple.
That's not usually good. That's,
I have no idea what that was. Moscow says.
Do we know what's south of King's Hold? It looked like it hit past King's Hold itself.
In the direction of the dunes, is it not?
Moscow just seems confused. He pulls out his book and immediately begins writing in it.
I do a sending over to the jail domain Prince.
Warden,
What's that?
Warden Marcus?
No, he's the Aaron.
Aaron,
Oh,
The
Aaron.
jailed prince. Yeah.
the jail. Are you alright? We just saw a beam south of King's Hold as we were approaching.
Is that all?
Yes.
I'm fine, Nicole. I can't see much. They have me in some sort of filthy bone tent in a cage. The living stampede, they seem to be against the crown. Oh, I'm fine though. Please.
Prince is alright.
Okay.
Well, that's good.
I will then message sending Federico. Not Federico, Frederick.
Mhm.
Who I want to call Federico, but there's a person that's close to it, this Francesco.
Francesco.
That bastard.
Alright.
Francesco.
I will send a message over. Did you hear or see that explosion south of Kingswood just now?
It was hard to miss. You're close enough to have witnessed it then. It looked like it hit a few miles south of the town. They're already mobilizing some people to have a look.
We're gonna have to go.
Okay.
I'll meet you at the docks if you're that close. Right. So, as the boat ride continues, Natalie, she is a bit shaken about what she's seen. You watched, she had to look away. She couldn't actually maintain eye contact with it.
Most people did.
Yes, most people did. There was only about 4 that could, which are Nicole, Amelia, Moscow, and one random crewmate who rolled high.
Damn, there's something I wanted to do on this journey at some point, just FYI.
And what would that have been, and
Preferably
when
at night
had
when
that?
people were sleeping.
Okay, so when would have that? When? All right, so what would have that been? Say, nights prior.
She would have tried to use the speaking stone to contact Taylor.
Fuck.
And what would you have wanted to say to Taylor?
She would have tried to use it and say, "Hello, this media, Taylor, you there? Do you know, God person? We sick, going to die. Need help, please."
There would be a long pause, maybe over a minute, before you would hear finally back on the other end.
So it's functioning like a sending stone then.
Yes.
It's not just open communication constantly. Okay.
Doesn't seem to be. Yeah, it could be, but it doesn't from their end. It's definitely
Right, so
not.
they respond in a way like a sending spell. Okay.
I could possibly help you. Or know someone who could. But I would need you to get the Wood Elf to abandon his chase.
Can Milia use this multiple times per day? Do you hear me? Do you hear Milia again?
I hear you.
Okay, good. Is it only bursts of talk, or do I 25 words or less like Nicole?
Whatever you need to say, we'll get. There's no word left.
Okay, and then she's gonna try to explain the curse that they got, and then needing a god, a divine, or a devil. That's because she wants them to understand the full things, right? And then she's gonna explain to them that she tried to talk to Sidak, but Sidak seems very stubborn about the situation. And then she says she'll try again to see if she can. That's what she tells. She tells him this. I don't care. I don't care, DDW. That's what she tells Taylor, and she's telling him she's trying really hard.
After the destruction of Rune Maros, a lot of the tieflings who managed to find some form of freedom fled to a city known as Solaris within Primera.
Solaris. Is it on the map? On Primera. Where? I don't see.
I'm told that the gnomes used to inhabit it, but it was destroyed. Now no one really cares for the wreckage. Though I'm told they're not open about who they are.
Okay, so Secret City Solaris could have tiefling, and tiefling connected to health?
At least half of them are. Their blood is demonic in nature.
Taylor, Melia have question for you. Do you have to blow up everyone on Arendelle, or if more number, can we be more targeted on the Arendar nobility?
We don't have enough time to be more targeted, unfortunately. And my mentor, Rhaegar, has informed me that the only way this can be done is through complete destruction. If there were another way, I would pursue it.
If Melia can and others think of better way, maybe you agree?
Another long pause. If there is another way, I'm willing to hear it out. But if it doesn't come soon enough, then I will proceed with what I know.
How soon? Soon?
When we can find someone who knows more about the runestone.
So okay, so like less than year?
Less than a year.
Hi. Okay. Thank you, Taylor. Do you have question for Melia? Cause you give Melia a lot. Melia want to pay back.
Where are you from?
Amelia or
You're a very strange person.
Melia?
So I'm wondering where you're from.
Melia don't know? Melia not lying. Melia don't know.
I didn't think you were lying. I was just thinking about how different it must be. My home was destroyed, I know it well, and now I'm doing everything I can, including sacrifice, avenge it, and you don't even know where you're from. You probably latched on to the first people who gave you a home.
What latch on mean?
Nothing. It's not important.
Okay. Oh, Melia got to go. Sitak waking up. Thank you, Taylor. And she's gonna like hide the stone on her person.
Alright. That at some point had happened.
Yeah.
Hidden from the rest of the party.
Alright, we gotta leave. We got Solaris, guys. Melia saves everyone! Yay!
Oh man.
Fuck, I gotta fucking... How am I doing this tango, dude?
Right. So then, back to the current day. Now, having witnessed this sky tear, this obliteration of something that happened, what could it have been? The party is within an hour of Kingsfold. Moscow has the ship full speed in that direction. You can see there are several ships that are trying to leave quickly, maybe thinking that whatever that was might happen again. Maybe closer. So there's a bit of weaving between the larger sort of galleon-class ships until eventually your boat reaches the dock. And as he stated, waiting there, the ever so dour and dreary Frederick.
There he is. The man, the myth, the legend.
Frederick. She's yelling at him and waving from the boat as they're docking.
And as it's pulling up, I need to be right back for the first time. Sorry.
What were you doing that night, Amelia?
Hello, Sidak. How you doing?
What did you put in your pocket?
Oh, just a ribbon.
You're lying.
It's not metagaming, you piece of shit.
You're lying. I
Look, dude, they said they
smell.
would consider it if we could think of a good solution for them.
They must die.
You are a piece of work.
They will be slain, and we will take over their.
Allow me to
task.
don the mask and contact other plane.
No,
Media do that? We have 3 weeks. Why
No.
have you done that multiple times?
no one will contact other plane. It's too dangerous.
I have
Why
the
is it
intelligence.
dangerous?
To do it.
What are you afraid
We
of?
don't know what would happen.
Yeah, Amelia wasn't afraid of it.
Well, Amelia's also.
Amelia is willing to do anything she can to save everyone. You're not even willing to even try.
True.
Gasp. Anyway,
Look at that.
the
Stunned
crew-
silence.
the crew disembarks and ties the boat. They've set up a plank to walk across. And immediately Frederick looks upon the more shirtless of the people who have the symbol more readily available.
Yeah.
That's a bit more gruesome than I thought.
I see that. Nicole has already told you about our predicament. Then.
No. Someone did.
Right. I hope you've been well, Frederick. You and the others have been sorely missed.
I've been fine. The others have been fine, I suppose.
Huh.
Things have been slow. Jobs, after the first week, stopped coming in as quickly.
What the fuck was the giant beam that just struck behind us?
I haven't figured that out yet.
Oh, well,
When I
I was
was-
just wondering if you just saw that or if that was just me.
What fact mean is we miss you very much.
He doesn't like that.
I'm fine with that.
Oh, you enjoy that?
Had you guys not been so close, I would have journeyed southwards towards the site of impact to figure out what exactly happened.
Well,
I figured I'd wait for you. You are capable of journeying.
yes, we have. As much as I would like to see the guild house again and reacquaint myself with various people, I believe that is a. Well, that needs to be handled.
This Kalen, he from Temple in Campbellville, he good man, and this one is Cody, his nickname Media give him, but he goes by
My name is
Daniel.
Daniel. Yes.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I won't be sticking around. I hadn't discussed this with you guys yet, but I'm gonna use my cut of the gold that I have to buy a teleportation back to Cambril and try to help Lunders and Boss figure out the situation. If you guys figure it out, message us. I'm gonna get him out of the magic zone, but we're gonna look for Divine there, and if I find anything, I'll contact you guys, and you guys come in.
It's very well thought out.
I have to help them. I can't let them die out there.
And take care of yourself too.
Yes, you are. You are not beholden to us. Know that in case you need anything, we are here for you.
I'll be back once we figure out how to solve it, hopefully with a cure myself. But like I said, if you guys figure it out, please contact us, because I'm going to be really winging it out there.
Yeah, okay. No problem, man.
Do
Yes.
you have enough, Kalen?
I should have enough, yeah.
Media going to miss you.
Well, once I'm done, I'll be back here, and I'll look at that guild hall, finally.
We look forward to showing you it. Be well, Caitlin.
We're gonna have some extra space. Kenneth moved out.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
You're right.
And then Daniel, what did you plan on doing?
I haven't even begun to think of it, but King's Hold is probably the best place for me to be. They've outlawed slavery here, and it's got a magic school, so mage slaves are not happening. I'll probably just try to find somewhere I can start working to earn some money and hopefully get back to my family.
Well, I wish you all the best. I don't know.
Thank you. I can't express it enough.
Rora, do you have any final words?
Oh, it's fine, man. Take it easy. I'm glad that we could help you out. I'll have to take a good look at your son one day, and maybe we can exchange some arcane abilities together. I'm looking forward to that.
Sweet, are you muted?
Sweet.
Sweet.
Her mic has flared green, but nothing was stated.
Sweet walked away.
Uh-oh.
Rest in peace.
Hello?
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
How much have you said in the past, 30 minutes?
It sounds like quite a bit. Oh, no.
I don't think we've heard any of it.
Oh.
Okay, TLDR, I just go to Daniel, I hug and I cry at the end. Oh, man, I'm
Did
so
you try to do
sorry.
anything else over the session thus far?
I left and came back, and then I was just sitting here listening to everybody, and I'm like, oh, Frederick, we missed you, whatever. And it was like, while DTW was talking, I'm like, wait, did I say something? Oh, hold on.
It's all right. No
Okay.
problemo.
Well, we
TLDR,
got
I
it
hug
solved.
Daniel.
All right.
So,
Frederick, you're looking radiant today.
yes, I appreciate your compliment, Thrak. You'll have to regale me on what you went through.
Well, we can do it while we walk. Shall we begin?
Me tell you, and she's gonna walk right next to him and just be very her broken language, explaining everything they've done. There was
Every
Mint
single
and
thing.
Pint, and then there was Kier, and then Media get pillow from fungus
Kier.
people. Called
You-
fungus.
You're skipping over quite a bit, but yes.
There was a...
Could you tell me
Oh, the
more
mouse
about
folk.
Kier?
Kier, yes, we met a woman named Kier. She not remember much like Media, but then there was earliest paladin Leomont who wanted to kill her, but we said no. Then we made friends with her. Do you know Kier?
Does she have a proclivity to the undead?
Media was going to try to touch her, but then she almost hurt Media.
I see.
But
Where
she-
did you last leave her?
She's in the care of Leomonte. They're both journeying together to solve the necromancy problem in northern Camberil.
See. Interesting journey. I like the part with the mouse folk. I haven't met any mouse folk.
Yes, I almost got shot myself between two mouse folk bakers.
I
Yeah.
don't imagine their weapons hurt too much.
You would think that, but whenever the projectile leaves the barrel of their guns, they grow to the size of cannonballs.
Media didn't see
Do-
that. But Media got this ring, and then look in dancing lights. I'm just gonna
I will also cast Dancing Lights.
I'm gonna keep explaining all the events that were incredibly important to Melee's perspective.
A lot happened.
Are we telling him about the Lich?
Yeah, she just
That's
that's
very-
one of the introductory things she started with, actually.
And that was something he seemed very, very keen on learning more about.
Yeah.
the-
If I was not playing
Frederick.
Amelia, I would have asked more how do you know her? But I'm playing Amelia, so I can't.
Frederick,
Yes, Thrak.
I have this stone. It's very precious to me.
Oh, I thought you were going to go along the line about having gallstones or kidney stones.
No,
since I'm a
absolutely not.
doctor.
It's a sending stone to.
Those
Kair.
are far less painful.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're already depressing me.
I was trying to
what-
be humorous.
Okay, but what was I talking about?
Stone
have
to
the
yeah.
Simmons.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, that's right. Yes, if you'd like, you could talk with her if you wanted to.
I don't know what I'd say to her.
There were
Regardless, does anyone need to stop at the guild hall before
Do
we
you
leave?
have a wife?
No, the priesthood at the Temple of Ymir don't take spouses.
Oh.
There was
Yes, but
a woman who was trying to hurt Kia. She had and she pulls out the holy symbol that we took from her. This, like yours. She was trying to hurt Kia, but then we helped Kia. We arrested woman.
Hurt may not be the correct word. She was trying to, if I recall the wording correctly, it has been some few months, absorb Kier's magic.
That's certainly an idol of Ymir, though there are many different practices and worships to different gods. Some folks will pervert the message and try to use their power for evil and find that they are gifted for some reason in doing so. I, however, believe that the Temple of Ymir have condemned Kair's actions, so I should be opposed to them.
yeah, but sometimes opposites attract. I was wondering if perhaps if we had the option to perhaps introduce you to her, you wouldn't mind courting her for a bit.
Why?
He looks at you with like the most tired expression you've ever seen. You almost feel tired and older having stared upon it.
It felt like a good match.
What courting?
Oh, when you get older and you need someone around to keep you company, and all of your opposites attract one another, you know,
No,
filling a void.
no.
Yes,
No,
yes,
Croc.
yes.
No. We're not
Absolutely.
keeping-
I
No.
feel like she
No.
could perhaps pull him out of his shell, and they could flourish as lords over Hagenhold.
Do you
Why are
really
we
want
like
that,
this?
Frederick?
It's a theory of mine that I've been.
But, like,
I don't
do-
think you would want us to go to Hagenholt. Kair, if spotted on Hagenholt, is to be obliterated, not just
Yes,
killed.
but
Her soul sundered from her body so that she may never reanimate.
She said
but that's if
that nobility on Hagenholt doing something really bad, like some time ago, and that many people die to make her what she is now. To try to stop it. Do you know what she's talking about?
Yes, everyone at the temple is aware of the story. This was a decade ago. She wasn't trying to become whatever she is now. They were trying to brute force an ascendant of Ymir. They were hoping by the willing sacrifice, several devout mortal souls, they could enter into some form of divinity.
Well, they obviously achieved something.
They achieved a curse. She's forever kept out of Ymir's realm.
Well,
that is only if there's someone who could remove that, some sort of a cleric of sorts.
But we curse too, and Nicole can't remove this curse.
Yes, back to us, of course.
Right.
We are, of course, the main priorities.
If you'd like, I could head down to one of the libraries, see if I can't find a book on this thing that you're suffering from. It would have been easier if someone had just told me all the symptoms during the travel so that I could have begun reading before you guys arrived.
We have book with page of many things about it.
I look over to Nicole.
Thrak have it.
Or even the name of it.
I'll pull out the book and I'll show him the drawing and the notes that Carstein gave us.
The slow death.
The slow death.
If I recall correctly, we only have 11 months to live.
But were we going to go south and look at
Yes, we're making our way through the city. I was just moving us more towards the guild hall in case anyone wanted to get their, I don't know, their horse or put away anything that they brought along their travel.
dog come?
I haven't seen any dog there.
Ooh. Ooh.
Maybe.
I should have bought that Prime shipping.
And Nicole can't contact Talos. Oh no.
Amelia, I give her a hug.
Thank you, Paula.
It's fine. I have no need to be. Wait a minute. We are in a temple of. What is it? Mael?
Right.
Okay. We are needing to contact a divine deity, so there is some sort of a conduit that we could use.
I don't like your way of thinking, Threk.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen?
Oh, I don't know. Contacting the god who fell and
But
caused
isn't he
drastic
related to
calamities.
Talos? Maybe he can help us.
Yeah, maybe.
I know.
Marius say he related to House.
Yes, Marius says a lot of things.
So now he not listen to me, huh? Must be very
Maybe there's a
sneaky.
reason.
We could contact What about that Dragonborn without the hands? He seemed to be a devout follower. Maybe he knows where to find that. Or Tyrellian, good old Tyrellian. He seems to be someone we need to contact. There's so many people we need to contact.
Look, let's focus on the priorities. Right now, we need to go to the direction of the beam and go and save Prince Aran, who seemingly has run into the living
dunes.
stampede.
I'm not ready to go back to the dunes yet. I don't have the. Okay.
What's
We
wrong
have to
with
go.
Dunes? Why are you not ready to go back to Dunes? You talk about Dunes like good all the time. This drink not as good as Dunes. This
I need a
bed
drink.
not
Thank
good
you.
like
You
Dunes.
told me I need
temperature
drink,
not
strong drink.
warm like Dunes. You say it all the time. You want to go, yeah?
No, I need stronger drinks. You're right.
Stronger.
We're at the point in the city where we're the closest to the guild hall and the exit, so if you wanted to go to one or the other, you'd have to let me know now.
I'll leave it up to you to make the choice.
I'm going to be walking. That's my
Not
choice.
you.
I'm just wondering if anyone needs to go there. You have a lot of
Since
stuff.
there's
Sidak, where are we
Cor-g-ial,
going?
Emilia stay with Frederick then.
I don't have anything I need to get from the guild hall that would help currently. The only thing I can think anyone would need to go to the guild hall for
really.
would be Nikal, as if he needed to look after Lunadarius.
Oh
But
shit! I
it's-
forgot about Lunadarius.
It's been months anyway,
Your
so
plans
Lunadarius
haven't
is...
been looked at for months, dude.
I know. I'm aware. Whenever
My horse is doing perfect. He's actually ready for battle, if need be.
I'm
Right.
aware, he says with a grimace.
would you like to get Lunadarius, or shall we leave him in the stables?
Sorry.
All right. Onward to the exit. Let us continue our journey.
we go.
Well, now that you've shared your story with me, I suppose I'll inform you. We were going to pursue the seer, but we had no leads at the time other than the dunes. Aran told us that given time he would narrow it down and then we should go out and pursue another mission. With you guys across the country, we headed to see about that ascended in Pern who was paying for us to protect him. Turns out the town was paying for us to protect him. And he was just a man who had some amount of divine magic within him. He was causing effects, and he like raises his hands, and with thaumaturgy makes like the ground sort of rumble, and like stones like bounce on the earth. He had convinced the locals that he was a chosen one of God, and they were treating him rather highly. What he didn't come to expect is that they thought that he would be willing to help them with a problem in the area. A large beast in a cave that turned out just to be an overgrown owlbear. Jeremy killed it. It was gruesome. We went back to him and we told him that the charade had to end. He came clean to the town, who were initially quite opposed to him and were going to run him off. But Cersei convinced them that even though he's a liar, the magic he wields is potent enough to be a healer in the town, and that he could work there to make amends for what he had done. I'd not seen her more impassioned about anything. During this time, some bounty hunters said that they were hired by the Cult of Ascension, but we have our doubts, had arrived to see the situation. We took down a few of them, but the majority fled. I told the others that our mission here was rather complete and that I wanted to return to the capital. I don't like being away or sullying through the woods without much purpose. Now Cersei seemed keen on following through with the bounty hunters. I don't know how it's gone since, though I know they're alive. She's with Anais and Jeremy, so they're capable. Oh, by the way, Anais is pretty much staying with us. No word has come through. She's forgotten. Sad.
I forgot the update about the boy.
Oh, yes. I returned briefly. Met with the young mage who apparently had been in contact with someone down south. I don't remember the town. But, and there was another hunter for these arcane vaults that he's trying to meet with. Apparently, whatever task you have all given him has really driven him to better himself into a social butterfly, I guess. So he's out there right now, pursuing one of these vaults. I think he's said he's going to do an information trade with some archaeologist or something.
Good. What happened with Kenneth?
Kenneth, well, when Prince Saran got busy, Kenneth was left entirely in charge of this whole situation. And now that the steppes are at war with Primera, Kingshold has to put a lot more money into its navy. There were certain debts being called on that Kenneth could not answer. I'm told that the stress got to him and that he left, not before informing a large group of handmaids that worked the castle about things that needed to be done at the keep. I see them every now and then, but it seems more like a side project to them. I think it's not their primary goal.
I see. And how long has it been since Prince Aran got captured, and how exactly did that happen?
I'm not entirely sure. He
So
left a note that said that he had recently heard back from his contact in the dunes, one of the loyal lords of the area, that told him that a tabaxi matching the description of the seer was there. And then he said that he would go there himself. He was apparently rather liked in the dunes, he said.
And
As for him getting captured, I'm not quite sure about that part.
Was this before or after the war was declared?
The war?
So you went there knowing that the war was currently ongoing, yes?
He tilts his head. He doesn't know about a war with the Dunes.
Well,
I'm not the one with the steps.
wait, am I misremembering something?
Yeah, what
Is
war are
the
you talking
dudes-
about?
The Dunes is at war with King's Hold, is it not? No, it's the Living Stampede that has beef with King's Hold.
Well, they have
That's
beef
true.
with both, right?
Alright, what did Prince Aran say in the jail? For some reason, I have the term war in my head.
I don't think there's a war.
Ugh.
Yeah, I don't recall there being a war mentioned. The only
Alright.
thing is that I don't quite remember what he said in the call here, but I don't remember him saying war. Right, that he got captured, and then they're obviously doing something hostile. That would be bad. It could maybe lead to war, but I don't think he specifically said that. Anywho, so no war.
Yeah, anyway, explanate that. Well, we know that the Living Stampede doesn't necessarily like King's Hold, based on what Prince Aran has said. And considering that it was under pretense that one of these lords knew where this tracker was at, mayhaps they baited Aran there to capture him for leverage against the crown.
And that makes a lot of sense.
Maybe we should. We don't have time. I would say we could go try and speak to the current king and see if he has any knowledge of this. But one, I don't know if we would even be given access, and two, I don't know.
They haven't made any statement about it publicly yet. If we could get there quick enough, maybe we could do something before they're ready to use this possible host.
That would be effective, because I do have a fear, and that fear is that maybe the steps are working with the dunes. In that, if while they're busy building up their navy and trying to sail into the steppes, the dunes will then take their time with Prince Aran as hostage and do a push to King's Hold and try and attack when all the forces are away. Threk
Sound
is
like
the
a
living.
doomsayer.
Not a doomsayer, it's just that in the past couple months I've learned to fear the worst.
What?
Threk, is the Living Stampede powerful enough to potentially consider something like this?
They're gaining power every day. They're kind of like a little bit of a dissenter group.
Is it like a religious movement? Like, what is...
Well, they just don't want the leadership that's in the dunes. They believe in their own ideals.
I
And
see.
they only think that the living should govern the living, not the fallen chieftains. And, chieftains, they kind of they keep going even though they die. How do you say that?
What? Like
The
necromancy?
spirits? No, it's just they continue their leadership even when they die. They sort of still have that sort of governance over everybody, and they do have their own ways of speaking with the dead there. Living Stampede don't really want to do that, they want to cross that out.
I can't say I follow.
Well, I mean, they just sort of, how do you say it? They just don't want the powers that are at B to be at B anymore. They want to be free. but they have their own problems too, right? Not as good as Thrak, good old Thrak, who wants everybody to be free. You know, I'm not living Stampede.
Thrak, are you with the Living Stampede?
No.
Insight check.
Thrak, you can roll out persuasion, deception, whatever you think is appropriate.
No, not.
Do I feel he's telling the truth?
Yeah, yes. He is not part of the Living Stampede.
All right. Well,
Not to say I'm not at least a little bit interested.
right. I mean, it sounds like they do have a decent goal, but we know many people with decent goals who go about the wrong means.
Yeah, I'm a little conflicted like you are, I think.
Well, we have plenty of time to discuss more of the dunes as we approach whatever the hell happened to the southeast.
That's true. It's just the dunes. There's just a lot of desert, you know. Maybe, perhaps we should not prepare to go into the desert, you know.
I mean, we still have our clothes from Camberville.
You remember how hot it was.
Yes, and I still have my water skins and various
I mean,
stuff.
Nicole, he doesn't look like he's in any way or shape or form of going into another desert, right, Nicole? You don't want to go into the dunes yet, do you? It's very hot.
Thrak, we're going to the dunes.
We really have to.
Aurora, not you as well. Prince Aran has been captured.
Is there a city there named Solaris? Cause
No, Solaris is to the northeast.
Oh.
No, Amelia.
What is Solaris?
Solaris is the former capital of the gnome civilization here on Primera,
the
destroyed
gnomes.
during the war 50 years ago.
Gnomes are nice people.
What does that have to do with anything, Amelia?
Amelia, remember she heard that there were people like Marum at Solaris.
What? Where?
At Solaris. Whoever that
No,
is.
where did you hear this?
Amelia can't quite remember.
Very odd timing.
Amelia hear that there were what do you call them? The horned people?
Tieflings?
Minotaurs?
Minotaurs.
Tiefling.
Oh.
Tieflings.
Oh,
So if we go there, then but since it's not same way, then yeah, let's help Aran first, and then maybe Solaris can help us.
Good to know. One thing at a time.
fine.
I see there's quite a few people heading this way.
There are actually quite a few people heading this way, though most of them seem to be like you, adventuring quality. Though, you know, you garner probably earlier on than you guys, more like horde of goblin adventurers rather than like fire elemental killing adventurers.
They're not as cool as us. As we head out of the city into the wilds.
Frederick, Aurora get me a very pretty dress and bow, but not wearing it right now because we are home, but media show you later.
I bought her a dress. I bought her more clothing.
And lots of scarf. Do you want scarf, Frederick? Look, media have a couple extra. You can be like the rest of us.
They're actually quite fashionable.
All in different shades of red.
I've managed to stuff mine down my leather jerkin.
I would absolutely love one.
What a
Okay,
good man.
so the three left. Sunburst one slightly burned still, but we'll fix later. Do you want one of these? She'll offer one of the two that are not sunburst.
he will take the darker of the two of them. You know, he'll take the brick red since I'm sure no one else wanted that one.
No.
Whatever one's about. Yes. Okay. I'll remove one of those.
Oh fuck!
What?
I left mouth on the ship.
He's just been tearing the place apart. Moscow's going.
He couldn't find any beer, so he never returned because you ordered him not to come back until he could.
Oh, man.
Does he die? What happens to him?
I don't know.
Could you try, like, if you thought really hard, and would he appear next to you?
I just don't have the incentive to do that right now.
Oh, fair enough.
It's fine. He's gonna be fine.
Yeah, well, he'll go live on the Moscow's island.
That's right.
He'll
Wait,
live
no,
the
but
good
me
life.
to see you, and then he come back.
But
Me to see you do
No.
it. Just do it.
no. It's real nice right now.
Thrak, I think she's asking for you to bring mouth here.
I mean, if you
Good
don't
assessment.
want mouth, then that's okay. But Rock like Master Mouth. Are you going to bring Rock back as little Corgi?
Oh. Look at that. What's that up there? Is that the purple beam?
That's trees.
I don't see no.
Oh.
Green. Are we out? We're out the city now.
Yes, you guys have left the city.
Are we near the place of deep impact?
No, that's a few miles away. It's gonna be a bit of a walk. You guys
I
have
start
time.
sprinting towards it.
Okay.
Chase, and Amelia's gonna run with him, but be like way faster than him. Come on, you slow.
All right.
Hi.
As you're
My bonus action
running, you do that, and she's still faster than you.
Expeditious retreat. No, I can't do that. Damn it.
All right.
The jump spell.
Jump. You begin to see off in the distance smoke rising, and it's just over another bend, and you can see there is like a crowd of people up above looking. Dashing forward, you come over the hill, and you see that all the land in front of you is left gray and barren. The trees are burnt down to twigs, and more importantly, you can see thousands of demons that are turned to stone.
My God, it's Romaros.
Mercy.
Wait.
There's this
It's
large
fine.
burned land. At the very far end, you can see a circular obelisk-esque structure, and you can see it looks like they were coming from that, but that has also been reduced to this sort of stone state, as almost everything here was petrified.
We're talking like
And,
miles, or how big of an army?
There was thousands of them.
So
There
it's
was
just like
thousands of
it's
demons.
a whole like mausoleum, fields of just dead. Do they have like
Stone
Of this,
demons.
of this burned land and all these demons.
Yeah.
And,
so what kind of like posture are they in? Are they like over their shoulder, like
Uh,
fleeing from something, or the
Some of them are. A good deal of them are. It looks like they were trying to head back to the portal.
which is towards the
'Cause
the obelisk in the middle?
Can I investigate anything here? And see
To the
what's going
far
on?
end. And down inside of it, you can see what looks like a singular, not non-demon. He's on a hill slightly. His hands are raised up. He also seems to be stone, but he's a fully armored man that is made into stone.
Yo, he looks fucking sick.
And before him are several other figures who seem to be reading from a scroll to him.
But they're all turned to stone.
No, these ones are not turned to stone.
This one.
I
is,
know
though.
these things.
Holy.
And how far away are these people from us?
They are on the closer end of you guys. It looks like it originated from the side that King's Hold is on,
there's
and
a
that
bunch of
the
people,
obelisk
like-
is the far end.
A bunch of people.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people.
Right?
Yeah, they're like overlooking the land. There are some people that have moved down and are talking to these people, but they seem more inclined to read from this scroll. But-
Anything for me to investigate, or we just go down?
You could You could look at one of the nearby demons and see if they're alive or anything. You could try that. You could roll an Arcana on that.
While he does that, I'll also detect magic with my mask.
0?
Cool.
Ooh.
Oh man.
I don't know what the fuck happened here.
No, this definitely seems like a more religious
Just
thing.
a 9, but whatever.
I have an idea. I don't think these demons were here before, and if they traveled here via planar teleportation, they may have been smited by Paladrax.
Smote.
So,
You guys don't see any like Baylors or anything. It's a lot of like mid-tier demons, a lot of chain devils and things.
because it's not just demons, devils too.
That's in this one.
So can I just get like can my character attempt to do an investigation roll or something like that to try to deduce what was happening here? Because you initially said that looked like they were running towards the center of the location, not from it. Right?
It looks like the demons that got petrified. So the ones closest to you guys, closest to this knight, looks like they were getting ready to attack the knight. Like they were charging forward. But then as it goes back away from you guys towards this towards the massive obelisk
Which
structure.
is the portal that you were talking about, right?
Yeah, this large sort of jagged circular structure. It looks like they started to turn around and tried to flee.
So these guys near here look like they were running back, but the ones up
Yes.
front were moving charging towards him still from position.
Yes, it looks like you're garnering that the beam started here and then traveled that way.
From them, so not like it came from the sky and orbital bombarded. We just saw.
No, or it came from the sky and then dragged across the ground.
And so that's kind of one of the things. So I apparently don't need to do investigation, which is cool. So we can see that there's like rippling on the ground, and the movement makes it look like it's coming from these guys specifically in towards that direction. And there's thousands of these things, right? Are we talking like over 10,000, or are we talking?
No, like maybe 2,000.
It's still a large.
That's still a large.
It's a massive swath of land,
And
though.
this is like several thousand feet long. How close do they end up getting to the people?
This is over a mile long.
Oh,
This is a huge like fucking area of land destroyed. But it looks like they were like feet away from attacking him. He is on top of a hill. Holding his hands up, and they are surrounded the hill.
Right,
I guess Aurora can see that a mile away with the visages of those things, but because that's a considerable distance. But
Jesus Christ! And these guys are alive? They're not petrified?
This guy is not alive. He is most certainly petrified. But these guys are alive.
Let's get in closer and find out what happened. I'll look over to the other adventuring groups. We'll go in and talk to them. Look for survivors or anything that could be out of place, if you don't mind.
None of those statues.
I was only hired to come and have a look. Sure. You guys, and they begin to talk amongst themselves. You can see there is one down there. You see like one group that has like a strong man. There's a dwarf who looks like they have a book out, and then the strong man takes his maul and slams one of these demons, and it crumbles to stone.
Amelia's gonna
there are
into the statues, right? Just kind of like roaming around there.
Running through the blasted lands.
Not running through, but carefully walking through. I'm trying to see if any of them are alive, because you did pose this question initially, if we cared. And so Amelia just wants to see, like, is there any semblance of life? Is there any movement? Maybe their eyes still move, right? Things like that. That's what I'll be doing while Sidak and whomever is with Sidak is up, and that's the direction she's going.
Yeah, I'll be following Sidak.
Follow you, Amelia.
Okay, so Aurora's with Amelia. Okay. And then Thrak and Sidak are going towards those guys. What about Frederick?
Frederick is going to also go towards those guys. He wants to figure out what's there.
Is Nicole Ishtar going with the bulk group or with Thrak Amelia? Sorry, Aurora,
I will be going with Sidak. Ration.
Okay. So, Aurora, and Amelia, you're walking between them. It's like a weird sort of art display at this point. They're like weird, there's statues of them. As you're walking past, you're getting to the point where they started to turn around because they realized, oh yeah, this is doom. Like this is 100% destruction.
So these look familiar to Mucus, basically, right? Because that's the only other devil that Amelia's even seen, right?
Some of them look like Mucus. Some of them are weird creatures wrapped in chains, and you see one that looks like a praying mantis who looks like it tried to shield itself with its spear.
Oh man.
So a lot of devils, but okay. But yeah, so just horrific things because for Amelia, she's not seen shit like this, really, right? What are these? Raw
statues of people that were here.
Are they still alive? She's gonna
the praying mantis one. Oh.
Tap one of them.
How hard?
Just like
not enough to knock it over potentially.
No, just to see if it's got any movement to it.
It does not. It is it just like back and forth on its feet. Oh, no, you do see there are some shattered ones. They look small, diminutive creatures, little winged things, scorpion tails. So imps that fell and just broke upon hitting the ground.
There was a lot of them. Then they all become stone? I'll have to say that again. Amelia said there's a lot of them and they all became stone as a question mark.
They all became stone. And I don't even know if you picked up that I was looking at the praying mantis one.
It is pretty big compared to the rest. It looks like that was probably a high tier guy.
Is there anything like on them? Like any symbol on any one of these people here?
What do you mean on them?
Like an insignia?
No, they're very much devils though. You know they work for the hells.
Amelia will try to telepathically communicate with one of them. Just random one. Just to see.
You will lose your sanity, Amelia.
It is cold and empty. This is a weird feeling. You get the idea in your head of an erasure of existence here. Not just death, not just there once was life. This entity is gone. Permanently.
Jeez.
That obelisk is still some distance off, or is that close by us by now?
That's some distance off. You're heading over to it though. All right. Meanwhile, back at the group, you approach the armored people who have just they just finished a conversation with another group.
Excuse me. You all wouldn't be the ones that caused all this, would you?
Causality. Life and death. We are the ones who have closed the way, or should I say, we, the living, are the unfortunate few who would not have the opportunity to die in such a glorious way. It was the Grand Martyr, Raelus Angstrom, who is the winner here.
Golden
seat upon the thrones of the court of stars waits for him.
I look for any symbology. Do I see a Paladrax symbol by chance?
Big Paladrax symbol on this guy's chest.
Yeah!
And on the shields of the people behind him.
What's Paladrax's symbol look like?
Let me pull it up real quick.
You don't see Solari killing hordes of demons? Hell yeah.
Oh, man.
Paladrax's symbol
Can't wait for
is a kite shield with a swirling pattern adorned on it. So on the chest of his armor, he has like a shield with a big swirl. And these guys, their kite shields have big swirls on them.
Well, the people of Primera have the Grand Martyr to thanks.
He desires no thanks, nor do any of we. We sit here in quiet jealousy and admiration unquenchable. When will we be the ones you decide for, Paladrak?
Was this a plot of the Cult of Ascension? How did you all know this would happen?
Guided by the whisper, upon the corrupted idol stood their demonologist, hands of stone, heart ablaze, eyes of fire. And when God's will would descend upon him, he fled back to his pits. We are the humble observers, always 2 steps behind Great Divine. He is staring at this statue of this man. You are getting this deep sense of jealousy, envy. That is everything he wants to be. Is this man who is erased, by the way. Now Amelia knows this, is that these people were erased. Their souls are no longer existing. But he desires nothing more. You can see that there is like an altar form beneath him. It looks like minor belongings that were probably
He's not aware,
of importance
though,
to him.
Soul erasure, because he said he should at the Sovereign Halls now, right? So there's a disconnect.
Yes. Yes.
Paladrak is a manipulative piece of shit. That's what he is. Yes, knew it all along.
They died doing what they love.
Either that or this guy's soul gets recreated by Paladrak's there. Who knows?
Yeah.
I take out
souls don't normally go to the Court of Stars, so that's a pretty important thing.
I take out
to the filth.
I take out a platinum piece and I put it at this little makeshift altar. I know it would be asking, but are there
As
any
you get
other
closer, by the way, looking over this statue now in front of him, you can see he drove a dagger into his own heart. It's clearly there's a hilt on his side that's missing a spot, and the dagger has iconography that's similar to all his other weapons. He stabbed himself in the heart and then raised his hands up. He was a true sacrifice.
Was there any magical items on his possession, Sidak? You have
They're
turned to
stoned.
stone?
They are utterly stoned.
It destroyed even magic items.
Magic items are not as permanent in this world. They will break.
Wow.
But this effect would destroy even permanent ones.
Yeah, so I put the coin down and I look to the other side.
I'll look out. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No,
sorry.
go ahead.
I was gonna look out and see like what he saw. So like, what is his view from his position?
He seems to be standing exactly perpendicular with the idol, as if he got on top of this hill and then opened his arms and faced the idol.
He beamed it.
So it was a beam. Like the beam was it just like one singular beam, or does it look like it kind of like spanned through? It was like I know that you're saying that they were attacking him, and then halfway
from where
through,
you are, it looks
back.
like it started on him and then went out in that direction.
So knowing what I know of Arcana, like that beam started on top of him and killed him first, and then kept going.
Yes.
So badass.
Jesus Christ! So it wasn't like concentration. He just like literally willed that in.
He did a sacrificial cost of life.
Sky. But,
and then at the end, I see. Is there like what does that ziggurat look like, or whatever the fuck is at the end?
It looks like it was made out of the stone of the earth here and then melted. It's this large sort of upward going platform of stairs, and then these 2 jagged spires that are like bent into a almost circular shape. And you can see runes along the outside. And given your level and given your knowledge of arcane, these runes would be able to open a portal. but like it would require a ton of juice to rip through a Paladrax's barrier. So someone really strong was here and involved. Or someone on the other side was really strong and here and involved.
That portal over there, how did that come to be?
Unfortunately, we witnessed not the rise of these demons. We arrived upon their walk, ready to siege King's Landing or King's Hold.
Was there a leader amongst them? Anything that looked like a commander of sorts?
There were two. The demonologist and a creature of fire and flame, whip in hand, sword in the other, wings that could scrape through the sky itself, and a maw blazed with the flames of hell. The Baylor.
Was he destroyed here, or did he flee?
He fled back into the portal with his dismal monster on this.
So the demonologist and the Baylor fled back into the portal.
This demonologist, did he have stone hands by any chance?
Certainly. Stone hand, skin scarred by flame, his eyes burned, his very soul rend from this world and turned into that of a demon.
Wait.
That is it's Marcus, isn't it? Or not Marcus, what's his name?
Malcolm Haynes.
Malcolm Haynes.
He is the one with stone hands that is a demonologist.
Damn, Malcolm straight up was going to assault King's Hold with a demon army.
2,000 soldiers, and demons are notably stronger than your standard foot soldier.
Yeah, so he fled back to the Hells.
Oh boy!
This is the same plane here on this world. So, but yeah.
Damn.
How does one become a follower of Paladrax?
One hears the whispers, and that will guide them to the seat. We do not take application, nor do we look upon those whose deeds should be recognized. It is only those who Paladrax himself has contacted, who may find their way into his loving embrace and know that they will die with true ambition sought out and completed.
You're fucking crazy.
Dude, it's so badass. He fucking just slaughtered a horde of demons.
Yeah.
At his own expense, but he did. Oh man!
One life for thousands. That's yeah.
I sit now simply to regale his story for the time being, till there is a mission sent on to us more pressing.
I don't have any more questions. I thank you for regaling what you have.
We have our own search for ones of the hells.
While they're talking, Frederick leans over to you and goes, "They're kind of like zealots, don't you think?"
Just a little bit.
Well,
Nicole?
I am eating a ranch.
Tell me.
well, I think we should go take a look at that portal right quick and then be on our way.
Yeah, there's nothing to see here.
And there's plenty to see here. It's just, well,
While you're saying that, you can hear another, and stones break as someone's accidentally knocked down a statue, but they don't care at all. These are demons. They can all break. There's only one statue they're here. But you're dismissed. Meanwhile, you've pressed through a lot of the field and you've arrived at the. You arrive at the foot of this, and you can see on either side of this there are these two horned and winged creatures that are a good deal larger than imps, They seem to have fallen and broken against the structure, though they looks like they were wielding tridents. Only 2 of them, though.
Well, Amelia don't
Couple
know
limbs in there?
how to say this, but these creatures
Yeah.
definitely bad, but Amelia don't think there's anything left. Like, when you die, you're supposed to go to, like, Solari or Ymir. Amelia don't think these ones have such choice.
Sometimes it's the path that they've taken. Sometimes it's against their will. I don't have a god, Amelia.
Do you think it bad if you couldn't go to God? Cause
I mean, I would like to find my peace. I think everybody deserves peace when they depart from this plane.
Do you want to ascend the spire, like the obelisk here, this sort of weird pyramid-esque structure? Do you want to ascend it, or do you want to stand at the base of it?
ultimately, probably, but at the moment, like, we're just kind of near the base, and Amelia was revealing, like, what she, or at least attempted to articulate what she learned, right? At least what she assumed, I guess. So if Aurora willing to keep moving forward, then yes.
Walking and talking.
As you reach the top of it, you hear, Amelia, you hear a familiar voice. It's one that you haven't heard in a long time. Actually, no, you haven't heard it in a long time. You see leaned against one of the 2 jagged spires, none other than Carstein.
Woo!
That's the guy.
The man who fights demons.
God, I'm on my way, Carstein.
What? Carstein.
Aurora, you never met Carstein.
No, this is a new person to me.
You know, it's been over 200 years since the gods have directly interacted with our plane. 200 long years.
I'm sprinting.
You're too far.
I'm
I
sprinting.
feel it.
Carstein, Paladrax, same.
The first time they do is when one of their rules is broken. And the cost. He motions his hand above where his eyes would be, even though it's just even though he's got the hat on.
There's a mask on too, right?
Yeah. Yes. One line. How does it make you feel?
Are you talking to Amelia or someone else, Carstein?
You're the ones here. I'm asking you how it makes you feel. Knowing that the gods can do this, yet they have waited.
Well...
It is interesting to know this, but I mean, who are we to question what they do when they do it?
Who are we? You are those alive. The mortals that this whole world is built for. Question their will is your right.
It's a bit rather interesting. Withholding all their power like that.
Well, maybe they didn't hold power back. Maybe needs help from us to do things. Media see ground, and it looked like this happened not from gods, but from man back there.
But they're more powerful than us, Amelia.
Well, yes, but doesn't mean they can...
Then why would they need our help if they're more powerful?
Amelia, do you remember my task?
Your task? ask? To seal devils in gems?
He sort of leans his head down a bit. I'm following paths, ones that I can't directly impact. Remember.
Oh. So couldn't that be like gods? Well, gods can't directly impact, but help in ways they can? Isn't that similar? No, it's not.
I don't think it's.
He's just thinking at the moment. He's contemplating your hypothetical there, your proposal of ideal.
I don't think it's similar, Amelia.
How long have you been here?
Long enough to know what happened. I was just wondering, at what point do they decide what is the proper time?
You could try to ask them. Have you tried?
It's hard to get. But one thing I know is that they walk a blind. I understand why Mael targeted Lysandra first.
Why?
To blind the gods. Leave them stumbling through dark.
Isn't
They don't know when their choices are right anymore.
Isn't that the time goddess though?
Yeah,
And that-
Leandra.
That blinded them, is what he's saying.
Yes, is killing Leandra took away some amount of divination. What he's insinuating.
Do you think Mael is bad? Carstein? Because media just learned recently that there can be people that do bad, but they're trying to stop bad.
All I know is that Mael is like the other half. Acting. Driven by purposes he can't understand. No vision.
Media don't understand. But
It'll be
media
made
can get
clear.
everyone else, they're just on Hilt over there if you want to talk to them.
It's not relevant. Now that the Waygate is open, perhaps more divine action will be taken. Perhaps they'll save their fallen family.
The Waygate is open. Amelia's gonna look up at Aurora. Does Aurora seem to recognize what the heck that means?
Do I even?
It is
I don't.
sort of cryptic and gothic statement about the situation. It could be interpreted that the gods have done an act on the plane now, so they might do more.
Are you hoping for more interactions like this, sir?
I only hope that it doesn't distract us from the path that needs to be walked. Soon you'll interact with demons again. It's unavoidable now. You're marked, cursed, dying. When the time comes, you must not journey with them. Only walk as far as you need.
How do you have such knowledge like this?
It's not important now. Sadak should still have the means.
Hmm?
Huh?
And he's gonna walk around the pillar, and you never see him come out the other side.
No, he's gonna like dart through the pillar and walk, or like through the.
He's
portal.
gone.
He disappear. Sadak should have the means. Waygate now open. What does that mean?
I don't know.
He say other half. Carstein mentioned way long ago that he had opposite. That do opposite to him? Is Carstein opposite of Mal? I don't know.
Could
what
he
that
be?
means. We got to get others. Oh, media can't speak that far away. I'm looking. Are there like little dots? On
You can see him like working through statues off in the distance, along with several other groups. And after that conversation, like you see at the bottom of the stairway up, like the dwarf and the strong guy, like, oh hey, and they like wave up at you guys. You know, they didn't hear any of that, but they're coming up. You wave back.
Is there anything interesting up here, DM? Anything like left behind?
The obelisk.
There's a lot of runes on this structure that someone who is arcane based could perhaps learn from.
Thrak wants some more. Give me that magic, brother.
What if I could touch the obelisk?
Careful, it'll torment you.
Yeah.
No one? No?
Wait.
Thrak,
Wait.
Obelisk the Tormentor here,
Yeah.
fucking Egyptian god card ass
my
looking.
God.
Oh, where's his negative inspiration? We're gonna go back to this.
Get out of here.
Yeah, Larius, you get disadvantage on your next 8 rolls.
8 rolls. Amelia's going to do some jumping jacks.
I'm
8
sorry, I meant
times.
attack rolls.
Acrobatic roll.
Against
Amelia
enemy.
attacks
You're gonna
herself.
hit me?
All right. Aurora, as you're having that thought, you watch the strong man, this clearly barbarian, bald-headed, got a twirly mustache guy, reaches the top, he grabs the base of one and tries to pull it back, like, but it doesn't budge.
Yet? Can I try?
You want to grab this massive stone structure? Go ahead, yeah.
I try.
You can roll me in athletics.
There's nothing wrong in trying. Done is task like. Okay. Just gonna roll this die. 18.
You give it a good tug, and you feel maybe a shift and a little bit of dust fall, but it does not come down. And while you're tugging it, the strong guy and the dwarf are like, yeah, and the dwarf's like, whoa! You know, they're cheering, you know, they're clapping and cheering. They're like,
What?
break it. This adventure group, they want you to break these demon stuff. They broke a bunch of statues on the way over. They're just having fun. They probably haven't experienced loss yet. All right,
That's
the rest
awkward.
of the group is arriving at the base of the structure now.
Amelia will run up. You just saw Carstein. Then he go round portal and then woof.
What?
There's a couple of runes over there for you, Thrak, that I think.
He say
I think you're
we-
seeing things.
No, Rolla see too. He talked to us.
Some individual talked to us with a mask on and a nice pointy hat.
Carstein. And he
That
say
sounds like Carstein.
we are the teens. No, just to try
You
to
what?
just to be as forward as I
That-
can. Blah. Everything he said, Amelia will say
Alright.
back.
And there's
All
some
right.
runes-
Well,
There's
That's
some runes over
interesting.
there for you, Thrak, to look at.
All right.
what?
There's some runes over there for you to look at.
Oh, ruins?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks ruined to me.
No, not
runes like magic.
Runes.
Ruin.
Magic.
Oh,
Alright,
yeah.
Yes.
Frack, looking it over, you see the symbolism on the spire here. You crouch down to the very first one. It's in order. That starts on the left, goes around the top and down. Putting your fingers over it and wiping away some of this excess sort of plastered dust from ash from when the explosion happened. You can read this for some reason. You could, and you realize that on this circular structure here would be the runes necessary for you to copy down the spell Plane Shift, but exclusively to Hell.
You might need it, but you need money. You need a lot of. That's an 8th level spell. That's a lot of money. Right?
Plane Shift is 7th level.
Oh, 7.
And it does have a 250 gold attunement thing. But
It doesn't use it though. Once you have it, you have it.
He can't cast 7th level magic anyways, but like
he can't yet. But
write it in
this
his
is
spell book. It's 50 gold per spell level, right? So
that's not
350 gold.
350 gold worth of ink is what you need on you.
Fucking pocket change.
But you can't copy it right now. But as long as this structure is standing, this is here for you.
That means any spellcaster can do it though. Oh no. We don't need more spellcasters knowing how to plane ship to
Didn't
hell.
Carstein want to say he wanted to stop this kind of shit? You don't want demonologists to exist, didn't he? So why is this thing still here? Why hasn't it been?
He can't physically break it.
Yeah, he can't. He's cursed with inaction.
One hammer stroke at a time.
I did just in case.
I say in my head.
In case you were AFK, Amelia told
I
you
heard.
everything to happen.
I heard.
Okay.
And Sidak
She
is
asked me, what does that
thinking.
stuff mean? Well, she say Sidak. He said Sidak on, but Sidak can do it. What that
don't know what he
mean?
means.
Sidak do what?
I don't know, Amelia.
Are you like God chosen?
I don't know. The only thing special about me is that I have these abilities and I was born from the tree, but many others were born from the tree as well.
Carstein say first time, right, that someone had, she heard sound of ascension. Are you ascension?
Oh, he probably was talking about Thurvish.
Or me.
Or you.
Oh, Frederick, yeah, but he mentioned you specifically can do something.
Well, whatever it is, it hasn't occurred yet. So.
Imagine being
What
Sedari Ascension. That'd be so good. Sedari's so nice.
What do you think he meant by when the demons call, don't follow?
Well. Sounds like whatever we're doing may put us on the path of more demons, and could be related to the Cult of Ascension. Maybe they'll try and bribe us they know what afflicts us, and maybe if we work with them, they can cure us. Maybe. All I know is that devils, demons, whatever, they were here, and they were marching towards King's Hold, and they were slaughtered by this paladin or cleric of Paladrax. The king must be notified of this, and I feel if we do it first, that would maybe put us in good graces, but otherwise we need to get to Prince Aran, figure out this Living Stampede business, and then get to work with the others. Something big is happening. The gods intervened.
But did they, though? That's the question. Did they actually intervene? Because a man...
That's the assumption.
A man used their power. But there's been clerics... I mean, Frederick doing his things would be considered intervention, too. Nicole being a cleric is an intervention as well. What makes
But on this scale? On this scale?
Yeah, but maybe the things that are for Paladrax's stuff is he sacrificed his entire soul to do it, dude. There was a massive cost associated with it.
And thus,
that does not mean that the gods themselves interceded. They could have done some kind of unknown taboo
based on
magic.
what Melia told me, what Carstein said, Carstein said it's been 200 years since the gods intervened. Intervened was the words.
Maybe I don't know if this means.
It doesn't matter what it means, Amelia. Whatever this is happened. That means that there is individuals out there, like Malcolm, who wish to summon demons and devils to raise King's Hold.
But we need to stop them.
I agree.
But we also need to remove Flower. Milia don't want to blow up. Fox saying Milia's brain blow up.
Oh, we have chances of dying with every step we take.
How about this then? I'll head back to King's Hold. I'll inform the king on your behalf on dates from the guild. Don't worry about credit. And I'll grab whatever books I can on this flower. And then I'll get a horse and I'll catch up with you guys. I'll probably be a day behind or so, but I'll meet you in, what is it, Ordun or Zun?
What? We don't know which city that Iran went to specifically, do we? Did Iran say in the note?
Mike!
That's scary.
Mike! Do you know if Iran is in any particular city?
State?
Yes.
Isn't it Ozen?
Yes.
I remember an O. Yeah.
He totally multiple choice that. It was 25% chance.
Well, he said a city. I remember an O. So I remember.
There's two cities with O's there.
But in the dunes.
There's 2 cities in Dunes with O's, but nonetheless, you got lucky. All right, Ozen.
Where's the other O one?
Mordron has O's.
I said there was an O as I'm like starting with an O.
Not what that means. Has an O means there's an O in the name.
Anyway, does Nicole say that? Inform everybody?
Yes. He was last. Oh, he told me he was. He's somewhere in Ozen.
So then, like I said, I'll get a horse, not Lunadarius, I promise, and I will ride to catch up with you guys, but given how late it already is, I'll probably be arriving in King's Hold at night.
Wait, so he's proposing we just walk our merry way to Ozen right now?
Yes.
Why wouldn't it be faster to go back to King's Hold, pick up horses ourselves, and ride?
He doesn't know how
Ozen?
rich you are.
Yes. I think that it would be better if we go to King's Hold for the night anyway. Get a good rest in our beds, and then head out in the morning. We can pay for horses and potentially a carriage if we so deem it. We have achieved much in the time we were gone.
We have enough money to give Kenneth a heart attack.
Fortunately, you won't see him anytime soon.
Yes.
I beg to differ.
Media
Please.
can't have money back because consequence.
Please don't track down Kenneth Thrak. Let the man, if he wants to rest, let him rest. Obviously the stress has got to him.
No.
No.
All right. Well, no.
Oh my God.
That's on you then.
All right. The group begins to walk back through the field of stone statues. They pass the followers of Paladrax, who has his scroll out, and he's listing off Antorius Malond, Varric Verstein. He's just listing off hundreds of names. He just name after name of apparently these are all people who have sacrificed their lives for some greater good.
You shall join them in these
charter.
echoes and annals of heroes.
You know, he does go on about not you shall join them, but about how they are the lucky ones. How we the living are the ones who deserve pity, that we can't have died with purpose yet. they're very
nuts.
much about
They're
that.
Fucking nuts.
They're sick. Love them.
Crazy.
They're They're driven people. They're so driven.
How very driven.
But your group walks back late into the night, and it is dark by the time you reach King's Hold. And Amelia, this is prevalent to you. You see this. You see, coming from the front gate of King's Hold, a large blue dragon-esque creature with wrapped around his wrist tightly seems to be some sort of leash. And as he's walking through, a little creature comes out walking behind him, some sort of corgi creature.
But is it hers? That's the question.
Oh. Why don't you run around?
That corgi, right?
The Dragonborn, who is the blind, handless Dragonborn you guys have met several times now. He looks back at the creature, even though he can't see it. I assume so.
It's not Media's corgi, right? This is someone else's corgi?
Probably yours. Several nights ago, I found it. I heard it whimpering on the steps. There was no one to let it in, so I brought it with me. I've returned every night to see if one of you would be here.
Oh, then maybe Media's corgi? Hello, hi. You're so cute. Is it like a puppy? Is it like an adult?
It seems to be over a year old. It's probably like 2 now, and it is female as requested. He holds out his arm. He can't give you the leash because you can see it's like tied tight to his arm, and you can see like there's teeth marks in the leash that he was pulling it like, taut with his teeth since he has no hands.
Oh, it's such a cute little corgi. Thank you. Media see you before. You talked to Thurvish.
We've spoken as well.
Did we? I don't think Media spoke back then. Hi, I'm Media. This Aurora. You meet Aurora before?
I just wave my hand.
I don't recall.
Media, he can't see. Aurora, he can't see.
Hello.
Hello.
It's good to see you well, Rulian. I hope that everything has been okay. I apologize that we have not been at the guild hall to let you in for your supplications.
It's been no issue. The door hasn't ever been locked. I figured this was a welcome to me.
Well, you are welcome.
As far as the dog, I'll be back within 30 minutes. It was with a sort of pet container that I have.
Do Media need to pay you, right? Because you're taking care of a dog for a while, right?
It's not necessary. Consider it a thanks for allowing me to continue my prayer.
Have you been talking with Mayel lately?
As I've told you before, he does not answer now.
Huh.
I don't know if you heard yet or knew or cared, but to the southeast of King's Hold, a giant beam of light appeared, and we just returned from there, actually. There was an army of demons and devils, around 1,000, 2,000, that a cleric of Paladrax had sacrificed his life to slay.
See, a beam of light from the sky.
Yes.
It must have been horrifying.
It was difficult to look upon. I had to shield my eyes. Well, besides the dog, is there anything else that has happened in the couple months we've been?
Haven't heard anything. There's not been many people here. Especially not during the hours that I stop by.
Have we ever talked to this guy about the spear?
I don't think you have.
No.
Mm.
You want to bring it up?
I don't think we've
I'm
even
gonna
mentioned
bring it up.
Gideon to him. I don't think we've mentioned anything about that.
I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna say that you've been going here for some time. You said that you were worshiping here before we turned it into one of our
I was
guild
a priest.
halls. Are you aware of a secret room underneath the altar there that goes down underneath with spear
And a mural to Gideon the Gold.
and a mural to Gideon the Gold there?
No.
Insight.
No,
All right, go ahead, roll
that's all he
insight.
said. He just said no.
Noya's not gonna roll because she's playing with her dog. And she's like, look, my look.
21.
Yeah.
He might have known about it.
Look, Rulian, I understand your hesitancy, but I know you know about it. The reason that I think Threk were to bring it up was some months ago when the jailbreak occurred. You probably heard about it. A Dragonborn was released. We believe that, I believe his name was Terrellian. He was freed, and he went down into that sanctuary and took the spear and cloak, departed. Are you aware of someone of this name or what they could want?
Terrellian. There was a paladin named Terrellian back when I was human.
You're human?
I was.
Yeah.
Some
Out of character,
200 years ago.
out of character, the followers of Mael got turned into Dragonborn.
Oh.
As for the room below,
200 years ago?
it shouldn't be.
Oh.
Only a follower of Mael could reveal it.
Well, it
Must
was
have been a
revealed.
follower.
He killed, well, incapacitated 2 guards, and we found the room open.
None of you wielded the spear.
He asked for us to back off so we wouldn't be blown up by beam.
What did
Then he said,
say?
then you, none of you wielded the spear. He was surprised by that part.
No, we didn't know about the room below. Nobody did until it was revealed. And the only reason we knew of the spear was because it left an indentation of dust upon the plinth it was placed.
The reason I didn't know if you had found it yet. I didn't want you to try dispelling the magic around it, and that could reveal it. But Dragon Slayer can only be wielded by a follower of Mael. Its purpose clear. Only those who had fought and been brother to the dragon could slay the traitors with it.
I don't know why he would need it then, for Terrellian told us before he was broken out of the prison that he wishes to resurrect Gideon the Gold. And he has the powers to do so.
If a follower of Mael has drawn the spear Dragon Slayer, then their intent is to kill a dragon permanently.
Wow.
For once impaled by the spear forged by Gideon, their soul is consumed into the metal of it.
So you don't think it was Terrellian? Might have been somebody else. We don't know who took it. We just assume.
I simply state that if he has taken the spear, then his intention is to kill a dragon.
You can see claws use to lift. Not many people have claws. The
What dragon
tile
would-
above secret place?
It was a claw mark, right?
Like I said, I need to get you that container. There's a paper with it. I assume a message. Maybe
Need
just
to
a...
come with you if you're okay with that. To help.
He thinks for a moment. You watch his like brow sort of furrow, but not in like an angry way, but like a sad way. And then he finally speaks up. I don't want you to see where I live and feel bad for me.
Do you want to live in Guildhall with us then?
No. Don't want to impose.
It won't be opposed. Media like you. You stay with us?
We actually just got a spare room opening up. Someone had left, and considering that you've been kind to Amelia and you
You
wish
can
to...
take care of Miko when media not around, yeah? You like Miko?
Is that its name? I've been calling it dog.
Or
It's a good name.
Maki.
Maki.
Miko. Going to call her
Miko.
Miko. You give Miko.
I can't really clean up after it, given my condition.
I don't think that would be necessary. You would be more than welcome. If you wish to consider it while you get the carrier, we will be at the Guildhall.
Media can help you get stuff and bring it here. Media can lift many things.
Very. He begins to shuffle sort of self-consciously to the side before beginning to walk off towards the outer districts.
Did he say very well?
Yeah, he said very well
Okay,
in a
then-
very uncertain attitude.
Amelia will and
with creature.
Yeah, with Miko. Oh, I'm gonna put her on my head, and we're gonna be walking around town with little Cor-g-ial. They're so adorable.
While you're all doing that, I'm going to see if I can get an audience with the king. Inform him about what happened.
You are most kind, Frederick. If anything happens, please let us know.
Well, I'll do my best not to be assassinated in the court of nobles.
Would you like someone to go with you?
No, I'm fine. Being dramatic.
Alright.
Alright, let's grab a random picture of a corgi for this creature.
Just out of curiosity,
There
the dog isn't like biting me or anything, right?
No,
it hates you.
It seems pretty well trained.
Make him roll animal handling. Animal handling with
Animal
disadvantage.
handling. Oh god, that link is broken.
I'm
Yeah, it
going
certainly
to
is.
Get one of the extra scarf, the one extra scarf, and I'm gonna wrap it several times around her neck. She's the 10th member of the group.
She looks uncomfortable, but is not fighting it.
You garrote the corgi
I'm
with the
making it
scarf.
tight. No, it's loose.
And thus ended the corgi's life. Killed by its master.
Oh boy.
Well, we head to the guild hall.
How much HP does a corgi have?
Like 1 or 2.
Yeah, very small amount.
Oh, look at that. Oh, it's a tricolor, just like Makoto was.
Yeah, there's that little creature.
Yay!
Okay.
Alright. That's group 1.
Well,
Group 2, your guys are at the guild hall. Welcome home.
Look at
Nicole
this little
scrambling to
puppy.
Lunadar.
It's so cute! They're so cute!
I
Pushing
find
open the
place-
doors, it is
Oh my
cold and
God.
empty. You do see there is a large barrel that's been brought in, and it's to Amelia. And opening it, it looks like it's a bunch of kind of old now fruit. Frost pears.
Frost-
What were
Oh,
they?
the
Frost plums.
Zolari fruit.
Yes.
The Zolari fruit. The what are they called? The tricrine fruit.
Yes.
Yes.
The barrel of frost plum that are now 2 months old, or not 2 months, but a month old.
Well, those are for Jeremy now.
No one decided to like unpack that or like.
They brought it inside.
And they could have like, what is it? And then, okay, let's put it in the right place. Oh man.
To Amelia.
Kenneth quit by then already.
Yeah, that took a month to arrive. Or over a month.
It smells stale in here. Well, it's not as dusty as I thought it would be, though. I guess the maids have been nice enough to handle that. I am tired.
BRB, but Alright.
Well,
So
Threk has gone to his room with the wine he made from the fermented frost plum. Aurora cooked a magnificent 12-course meal and ate it by herself.
All by myself.
And Sidak sat in front of the fireplace, staring into it.
So there's like no food here, by the way. I mean, there's food, but like it's all over a month old. It's like, oh wow, no one's living here. I'm done restocking this place a month ago.
It's fine. We make do.
You eat the non-perishables, right?
Exactly. So like no boated ribeye, but maybe canned beans will be there. It'll be fine. Soup is, soup in the box.
Yes, because the packing industry is known to be thriving during medieval times.
It'll be fine. It's fine.
All right.
Just,
Amelia, you're walking through the more destitute part of King's Hold. It's not like it's neglected or hated. It's more run down. The conditions here aren't great. And he basically takes you to this area where the houses look like they're temporary houses. Like they would come down eventually. And he motions towards one of the small ones.
Okay. Need help.
I don't have much to actually move.
But okay, what things we taking then? I'm gonna help him pack whatever he wants from his little tent.
He mostly motions to this. You see a weird sort of like pet carrier, right? A medieval pet carrier with a handle and like a caged front and a note on it that says "With love from Lightning and Thunder." That's all it says.
Jesus.
It says, "With love from living lightning and thunder," which for people
doesn't state living. It just says lightning and thunder.
Fine, lightning and thunder.
He's so cool.
Amelia's gonna be telling him all about the little trip to the portal and fighting these monks, and that's where she met them. And then she found out they were over Hagenhall.
That's quite the journey you've gone on.
Is this everything we taking?
He motions toward, or he doesn't like ask you to grab, but he grabs between his stumps these like a few things and places them into a bag. It looks like it's a holy symbol, like a really, really old one too. Would you like to know what it looks like? Do you have another look at it?
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be a dragon head shot at a profile angle.
That for your god?
Yes, that's for my god. My old god.
That one, Mael, right?
Yeah, yes, that was his symbol before he fell.
Mael attacked 2 other gods, they say. But no one
That's
knows
what
why.
they say. At this time, people assume it was just for power. Since doing it, he's gone to hell and become a leader of the hells. He empowers demons. All for what end? Attack Primera.
To protect Primera?
Attack.
Oh, attack. Yes, not good if that's the case.
I don't know. Still, remember that when the dragons went mad, he was pleading with all of us. I wonder if the dragons heard the same thing.
Pleading what?
And not trust the other gods.
See, Milia just learned this, and just tell Carstein this, and Carstein didn't answer, but there are some people that are bad, and then there are some people that are bad, and then there are some people that aren't either, and then there's some people that are good, and then good people. And sometimes bad people are trying to stop bad people. Maybe Mael is bad and trying to stop bad.
But wouldn't that mean that the other gods are bad?
No, I don't. Maria says Solari very good, so not all of them.
What are you? Are you good or bad but good reason?
What? Melia don't know how to answer that. Melia tries to be good. Melia don't think they are good though. Cause Melia's done some greedy things. Melia's lied and told that was not good. Melia used lockpicks when not supposed. Melia gets in trouble several times.
You do sound like quite the rascal.
Melia very sneaky.
I don't know. I could probably hear you if you tried to be.
You think you could hear me even when me trying to be quiet?
I got pretty good ears.
Me going to sneak up on you then and try.
With that dog?
With dog?
I don't know. It's gonna be hard with that dog.
Oh, yes. We'll find place for Miko, and then Melia will sneak up on you, not suspecting, because you're coming home.
Right. Thanks again.
Thank you for taking care of Miko. She's so cute! You can't see, right?
No. And I'm not very good with petting either.
Hmm.
I mostly got the kids at the school over there to do the petting.
Is there a way to restore your hands?
There. I know of a group of people who can, but they're not inclined to help. And they don't like modern living people. But the druids far to the south of here, I know they know magic that could restore limbs. Perhaps even my sight. They don't ever help outsiders.
Do you think these people connected to divine? Because maybe they can remove devil curse.
Perhaps. I know their magic is connected to Fenra and Mariana. And some towards Agaros.
That's south. South, you say? But they say Solaris is northeast. Aye.
The world has a tendency to throw all of your baggage on you at once. Sometimes it can get overwhelming. It's simply the trials put before us to help us become better people.
With media learning and media getting better. So.
Exactly. Everything that you've gone through up until this point has helped you learn to be as you are now. Which hopefully better for you than you were before.
So then Melia can then say Melia good, but not yet. You ready to go?
Do you know? Yes, we can walk and talk. I was just going to ask. You know anyone who you consider good?
Well, Melia might. Don't know word for it, but Melia think family is pretty good. Good. Rora's pretty good. Nicole's pretty good. Even though consequence, but still pretty good. Sedak pretty good. Frag pretty good. We trying to stop bad people doing bad things, but I guess safe answer is that they're good, but maybe not good. What is good actually?
I think that's something that you yourself would need to figure out for yourself, what you consider to be a good person.
True. Because Melia can't be it, and Melia don't know what it means. Oh.
Like, is it good to be is it good to do only good deeds, or does it require a sacrifice to be good? Does good have to be something that you do even to your own detriment to help others?
Right, because like Solari wants to help many people, but then Solari gets hurt. And then Urias comes in and then waka! Poor Solari.
So, is Urias good or Solari good?
Melia will do some, I think they say soul searching, and when Melia figure out, we'll tell you.
Sometimes these are the questions that just go unanswered. It's all about what you do with your life. Also, I'm sorry that your dog will respond to dog for a while.
Yeah, every time he says dog, it looks up at him, by the way.
That's okay.
Wow.
Because they originally called Melia creature, but then they called Melia. Miko smart, just like Melia.
Certainly well behaved. I think this is one of those expensive, well-trained dogs for royalty.
Oh.
The cage felt fancy. You do notice that the cage is very fancy looking. You know, most people wouldn't even get a cage, but this thing had a fancy cage. You spent a lot of money.
Yeah, 750 gold. It's like $7,500 on a dog. It's like a dog of pedigree is what it is.
You got a fucking purebred royalty dog.
It hopefully has a certificate that's like, yes, certified from this breed, this dog.
Yes. Hagen Hall purebred. Alright. You arrive back at the guild hall to find the main room is a lot more empty than you're used to.
A singular Sedak sitting next to the fire.
Okay, so we need to find room for you, but medium a number, Kenneth's room smelly because Thrak used candles there, so maybe not good room for you.
It's been a month. It's aired out. I saw
It's been 2 months.
Sedak will hear that. He'll it's probably aired out by now. It's been months. Kenneth's room should suffice, Amelia.
Okay, Amelia take Rudy into room.
Alright. You bring him to the room. He sort of just stands by the doorway for now.
She'll unpack his stuff and try to put it up in a place that she thinks is most appropriate for everything, even if there's not a lot of stuff.
It's not a whole lot. It's the symbol for Mael. There's some clothing in there, a few outfits that look like they're for his current size. And you also see a painting of an older-looking brown-haired man, but a bit of graying on the sides and on his sideburns with a mustache, wearing what looks like Mael priest robes, and a younger man who's got a sword under him and is wearing King's Hold armor.
That reminds Melia. Melia must do that later. Who is this?
It's not important.
Not important, but you'll keep it. So
Right.
it is important.
I can't even see it.
It's man.
Stupid for me to keep.
Mustache, beard, hair's graying. I think.
It wasn't that great.
Oh, so you seem to know. You tell Melia.
It's who I was. And my son. They're gone. They've been gone for over 100 years.
Sorry.
Fine, like I said, I don't know why I keep it. I can't even see it.
Melia going to put it right here.
His head follows, though obviously he can't see it.
The druids will help.
Then Melia going to talk to the group about druids and see if we can find
What?
ways to.
No. That's not necessary.
Melia going to help because Melia wants to be good. Okay.
Amelia.
Melia smells food.
Wait.
Rudy, we got to go get dinner. Let's go.
Wait.
Let's go. Come.
Amelia, wait. I've been like this for over 100 years. I don't need you to get your hopes up about helping.
Melia just
Fine.
wants to be helpful, so Melia going to try. You coming?
He just stands at like the counter where you've put the picture, and even though he can't see it, you watch him reach down with both his hands and straighten it just a bit.
She'll actually run off ahead, saying, "Melia, go first, come, Miko," and then run to catch up with everyone else.
The dog hasn't barked once. It's been utterly silent.
That's a trained animal.
And it seems to run like hugging your right side.
Gosh, it's so cute.
It's too well trained. This
It is
beast.
a noble's dog.
You've purchased a druid in disguise.
Oh no, I have a slave.
Henry the Druid.
Oh god.
slave, and I don't even realize.
Sadaki watches Amelia runs from one side of the room to the other into the kitchen where Aurora, you're looking through the no food in here after because Kenneth quit probably over a month ago and the place was then left alone for a month.
Sadakir's piano in his head as he sits looking into the fire.
This is so bad.
Evil piano.
Yes.
Oh, Kenneth!
The plans he is formulating. Many will die.
Do we not have food?
Well, in a minute!
You, as you say that, you open a cabinet and a rat comes running out.
No, oh my god, that's gross.
Followed by 8
A rat?
cockroaches.
Ew, why does it have to be a rat?
All right, you can have cockroaches or rat. Which one do you want?
Take the rat, please. Take the rat.
I'll pick the cockroach. I can
No,
smash
it's far worse. That means an infestation. It's far harder.
it. No, listen. Wait, is it a flying cockroach box?
There's 8 of them. Who knows what they'll do?
Take the rat.
Or a singular rat.
We have dealings with rats before. We can deal with this
It could
one.
be Skid-Darius. We're in Keen's.
I look at the. I'll take the rat then.
All right, the fat
But I'll grab
rat,
like a.
the engorged rat comes running out and tries to sprint away.
I get like a pot and I just begin to like smash it.
No!
Oh my god! All right, you know what? Roll an attack on the rat. The improvised weapon strength.
You're gonna miss.
Would I?
You're not gonna kill this rat. Not today.
Nearly a nat. Nearly a nat.
Oh, he
20.
dodges this.
Let's just have a look at rat AC real quick.
He's got this.
All right. Amelia, you walk in just in time to hear Aurora scream, grab a pan, and slam it down on a rat. Splatter of blood underneath it.
What you doing?
Your dog winces as blood splatters against it.
Oh no, Miko!
Oh,
I got to see Miko. She just blew up a gift of rat.
That was Skitskitsadarius, by the way.
I'm gonna kill her.
Aurora is bad.
I look at the pan. I look at Amelia.
There's a huge amount of blood on the bottom of that pan.
We're having rats this evening.
Hi.
And I pick up the rat from like the tail. The tail.
What are you doing?
One of the arms is kind of like his hanging pocket. Yeah,
with your strength, this thing has been splattered like 5 times over.
Yeah, it's like she did 6 damage. I mean that she could
to a 1 health
7.
creature.
I'll find like a bigger I used a pan, right? I'll get like a bigger pot. Right, and I'll
cooking
just
the rat. You're literally cooking
are
the
you-
rat.
There's nothing else to eat.
Maybe we go
Then
buy
You have
food
rations.
then. We have
food.
money.
It's fine. Look, I bought a mage slave. I'm currently poor, and
We
I
have 200
Whose
gold
fault
still.
is
You
that?
said it.
I scraped the rat.
She was
the rat.
She literally
with
had
the
0
lid.
money when she joined us. She had 1 silver to her name, and now 200 gold's not enough. Oh my god.
I mean, for this whole pantry to be filled, how much money
We're
is
not
it
gonna
going
fill
to
the whole
take?
pantry.
Like 10 gold.
Is it really 10 gold? Ugh.
Probably
You know,
less to
it's
fill the whole
basically
thing.
Each copper is like $1 approximately, right? So 1 silver is $10. A gold is like $100. You can buy a full cabinet for like a gold.
Shopping. I'm gonna go shopping.
And we-
I
and
just
we
leave the rat there, and I leave and I go shopping.
Yeah, and I mean,
All
that's
right.
how long it was with Rulian. I mean, you might have already gone shopping, but
All right.
killing rats.
You come back 2 gold poorer, but now you have enough to stock a few weeks of, not a few weeks, but like a week and a half of stuff. You have spices that'll last you a month or so. You know, you've done a week of grocery shopping essentially.
There you go. I'll make the ribeye that I said, the budded ribeye.
All right.
The
Can you
great
roll me
cobbler.
I'll do. You can either do a survival or performance.
Not cooked
Or no,
utensils.
never mind. It's cooked utensils, which are. I'll let you use either wisdom or charisma though. But I don't think you have proficiency in cooked utensil.
I
Oh
do
no,
not.
did you?
I'll
All right,
do
then it's
wisdom.
just your wisdom or
You
charisma.
know, well, it'll be wisdom because charisma will be going the other way. So
Ooh.
Alright.
Maybe passing average
I-
food?
I should have been.
It
better
is
with
below
her.
average.
Ooh.
All right, so Amelia, Arulian, and Sadak are sitting at the table. At
Oh,
some point,
no.
Mike, you're done petting Lunadarius. You come in.
Done petting him. I'm done brushing him.
You know, because her going out shopping, all of this takes over an hour and a half.
I come into the building. What do I see?
You see a large dish put before the table, and as Aurora lifts up the top of it to reveal it, it is maybe that was ribs. It's a lot blacker than ribs should be. That's maybe it's just waiting for the sauce. Oh no, the sauce is caramelized and burnt on top of it. Okay, all right. So that gets revealed, followed by the mashed potatoes. Those are hard to get wrong. They're fine, right?
I mean,
But
she's probably
the
great at
ribeye is-
mashing the damn things. She's got so much.
The
strength.
ribeye is below average with a mighty 8. It's edible though. It's not like terrible. It doesn't taste bad. It's not like it's not terrible to put in your mouth. It doesn't repulse you.
It's like over.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this could have been better, but it's still good. It's still edible food.
McCall does what he knows best. He puts his hand into the bag. Ration.
You know, a ration covers a whole day, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out the ration that I already used before.
Yeah, so you're gonna be finishing that, right? Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'll set my tea set out and pour myself a cup of tea. One of the
With the
many
spicy
flavors
leaf?
that I have. Of course. I gotta get some flavor into this dish.
Unfortunately, you do have to pour it into that the wine glass and look like a pretentious prick. But you do.
I do such a thing.
You do it, and you lift your mask just enough to expose your mouth. Rolian seems
Sidek
really happy with the food, by the way.
Yeah, Sidek will take off he won't take off the mask, but he'll slide the mask up and back underneath his hood.
Where's Thrak?
Thrak went to his room.
He's in the study.
I'm just sitting in my chair, just absolutely just zoning out.
Thrak, as you're sitting there, you hear,
Brother, we need to get the spell on that gateway, brother. That's some powerful stuff.
Rock, I was gonna ask your opinion on that.
Hulk Hogan over
In order to do that, we'd have to go to hell.
No, brother. We can copy it from here. We just need to get a little stronger. We need to empower that etch of yours. Take down the big spell.
Rock, you'd go to hell with me?
You couldn't stop me from going to hell with you, brother.
We're gonna go to hell together.
Right.
Right.
All right.
I'll
Thrak, you can smell it smells like some dunes cooking down there. The dunes love burning their food.
That smells fucking good. All right, you fancied me. I come out.
Where's Frederick came with us, right? Because right?
He went to go tell the king.
yeah. Glad you could join us, Thrak. Aurora has made meal.
Oh,
Aurora, come join us.
A minute. We're just.
Looking at the dead rat.
It twitches.
Stop! Don't say that! Don't say that! Oh my god, no!
It's been alive on the cusp of death for like the last hour.
No.
Oh god.
Can I see it from here? Healing word.
Does it twitch? Wait, does it twitch? Does it twitch?
No, it looks like while you were gone shopping, it's become utterly stiff in the room. Its legs up and utterly stiff.
Ew, that's so gross.
You
what's
did
the
it.
occasion for such
did
fine
this.
food?
I'm a very bad person. I come outside and I bad, and I give everybody their food. It's like, here you go. Today we're having a really stuck bone-in ribeye.
Oh, so you were joking about the rat, Kai?
Oh, you made rat?
No, there's no there's no rat. No.
Rat and
I put my hand to remove
Wow, that's a real delicacy.
There's no rat. You know, the child likes to overeat.
I mean, why didn't you put rat in it?
I immediately closed the door to the kitchen. There's
I don't understand why didn't she put more rat?
So that quietly is like sipping his drink and eating his meal as the chaos unfolds.
You know, the dune rats out there, they're kind of sources of water. You know?
How big are dune rats?
Oh, they're about the size of a rat.
That's what we're going next, right? Dunes?
Yeah.
Oh God! Again?
What they do is they run to the nearest source of water and drink as much as they can, and then run across the desert. So what we do is we stomp on their heads, and then twist it off and just drink straight from the rat.
Oh,
I see.
Hi.
Yeah. And it's like and then, you know, you can make a little canteen out of it too, from time to time.
How big? Do they be like balloons?
Well, you could, if you put enough air into anything, you could turn it into a balloon.
Oh.
The first
What
meal
was-
he's eating with us, and he's having this conversation.
Yeah, so that
Rulian, you can see like the way he does this is he like picks up a fork between both his stubs, jabs it in, then bites onto it, and then picks up a knife and cuts through while holding it in place. It looks like he's done this a while, you know. He's used to this now.
Oh, several
But
times.
yeah, as you're having that conversation, he goes,
You know, I've had to subside off of eating only rats for a few decades.
They're not bad, huh?
You get used to them. I found that my taste buds changed once I
Do you want me to cut that for you?
No, I'm fine.
You can cut
Sure.
it very quick with her mind.
I
What?
don't want to be a burden. I can eat, don't worry.
All right. I mean, I'm not gonna. I never come between a man or dragonborn and his steak.
well, you won't have to be eating rat anymore. Threk,
Yes.
how would you compare the heat of the dunes to that of Camberil?
very similar, by the way.
I would say that the dunes are hotter, but that's just a bias of mine because I like it better hot. As you can see, I dressed for the occasion. I am loose-fitted, and I don't wear any underpants.
See, well, I'll probably have to adjust my garb like I did in Camberil.
I would suggest that you do that.
By the
That
way,
I-
while this conversation is happening, Aurora seems to have her hands out and is in front of the kitchen door, stopping the call from going into it. It seems.
What are
What's
you
going
doing?
on in there?
Please
Okay.
just move aside.
Why are you trying to go into the kitchen? You never interrupt the chef while they're cooking.
Exactly.
But she's not cooking, it's already on the table.
But the kitchen's
You
a
already
mess.
see it's burnt.
The kitchen is a
It's
mess.
not burned. It's perfectly
It's
cooked.
fine.
Oh,
Everything
for
is
you
fine.
it is.
Go sit down. Sit down, Akon.
I'm gonna go to the kitchen.
You will not go into the
Side.
kitchen.
Isn't there like another way to this kitchen? It's not like only.
Yes, there is.
Go outside.
Yes, it's outside.
It's outside.
So you're gonna move, or we're gonna make things different?
I don't think you can move me.
Okay, now it's getting interesting. I take a bite of my overcooked steak.
By the way, when
You're
Rulian
very
is
well done.
eating this rib, you watch like when he gets to the piece like with the bone in it, he just bites right through the bone and cracks
Oh
it. with
God!
He's
Well
got
done.
he's got super strong jaws.
Thrak! God.
That's not me. I can't do that.
Brilliant.
Oh, that was Rulian. Oh, bad.
I mean, I try. I will try to bite through the bone.
All right, roll me a strength.
Come on, he's
Okay.
got +3 strength, right? He should be able to do
Yeah,
it.
I
I think you do it.
yeah, I
You can do it.
believe in
Go, 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 go. Yeah, yeah.
You know, he doesn't have a +3, but
Oh,
what's the
Oh!
total? 4.
Your
Uh,
strength has dramatically changed.
And PK's being great.
You put it in your jaws and you go to bite it, but your tusks are just kind of in the way. It's a big bone. Maybe if this were chicken, you would chomp right through. Maybe even pork.
Want bone? Does the corgi want a bone?
The corgi isn't begging at all. This
Good
dog is
boy.
weird.
Want a bone?
Good boy.
With some meat here. Here, I'm gonna give her one of the.
It very delicately takes it from your hands, hops down, and then curls up and begins eating it on the spot.
so cute! Oh my god!
Oh my God.
I insight check to see if that's a shapeshifter.
No, can you roll me an insight?
Oh, I hope
that's-
you roll high.
That's the hidden secret of Hagenholt. All corgis are
Come on,
actually
buddy.
infiltrating
Oh,
shapeshifters.
That
Would
is
be
one
dispersed to the
well-trained dog.
What's the insight?
My insight is -1, I think. I have terrible
So
wisdom.
4.
Yeah,
With a 4, that's
that's a really
that
good
might be a
dog.
fucking shapeshifter actually.
Shit.
with a 4, it makes sense that it would be, and it's probably it's trying to get close to you guys, and it knew it would come this way.
You gotta end it, Threk.
Yeah, you don't gotta end it, but more investigation is necessary.
I'm looking at that dog.
All right.
I don't trust.
So Nicole and Aurora, how do you settle this situation?
Hold my.
I'm warning you, this only this one time. Move aside. I don't want to do anything drastic. Let me into the kitchen. There's another way outside I can walk around. I'm not gonna waste my time. Eat your slob that you've created on here.
I get close to his face, and then I say, no.
I snap my finger and make a charisma saving throw.
Charisma.
Charisma.
What are you doing?
Riz.
Oh, is it command?
That's wisdom.
No.
So it can't be that.
Command's wisdom? Or
Is
is
it?
it
It's not vortex warp. That's Constitution.
It's not that
You
either.
can't have that. Yeah.
Come on, roll high,
You have some teleportation.
Suggestion? No.
Oh,
No.
that's wisdom too.
17! Do
Um,
I have it?
technically it matches.
So she
Yes!
What'd you
So
do?
In your face!
It doesn't work. Okay.
What'd you try to
Huh.
do?
Banishment, motherfucker!
Oh, he could have. Yeah, I guess.
What a waste of a spell, though, on me. That's such a waste.
The swirling energy that would collapse and that part of reality fails.
What's the meaning of all this spellcasting?
I stick my tongue out at him.
I cast darkness,
Oh, I can't see!
and I attempt to make my way.
I don't have any fucking dark vision.
I cast darkness at the door, and then 20 feet around it, and then just try to slide my way through.
I hit.
Rulian keeps eating because there's no difference in his.
Yeah, he's
Oh my god!
I have no idea.
Sidak's far enough away, he keeps eating.
I have my hand firmly on the doorknob.
We have guests.
Yeah, come on, Nicole! I can't see him.
Aurora and
I try to
Nicole
sneak through.
always like this. Media think that they really like each other secretly.
Are you serious, Laris? Do you want to get smited?
That's what she says to Rulian.
Are you gonna?
Like what? What are they doing?
Oh, Nicole trying to get to kitchen for some reason. Aurora don't like that, so Aurora blocking way. But then Nicole tried to use magic, but Aurora didn't move. So now he's made a big blob of darkness. I can't tell, but it sounds like they're fighting each other, trying to get to the door.
You guys are in a former temple.
Sidak keeps eating his meal and drinking his tea.
So am I able to wiggle my way through?
I was gonna make a blind joke.
She's pressed up against the door.
I am pressed up. I said it before. I was pressed up against the door.
She can't see you. She can't see what you're attempting to do, but she is just against the door.
Can I open the door, walk on through?
Well, she's blocking it. That's the thing.
I'm blocking the door.
See, whether she can see or not, she's still blocking the door. You'd have to physically go through her.
Yeah, so I'll either crawl between her legs or move to the
The
side.
door is closed.
Like, find the thing.
She closed the door, so the door is
Okay.
closed, and then she's blocking the path, and her hands on the door, keeping it closed. Your only way to
She
do
just
that-
said she was blocking it. She wasn't. She
No,
didn't say she had the
mentioned
handle.
it
But
early on, she closed the door before you could get
I
to it.
did,
Her
and then I had the
hands been holding the door handles the entire time.
all right, I'm pushing her over.
Oh my god.
It just.
What do I roll? What do I throw?
I will give you advantage on shoving her since she's blind.
I am very blind.
It's a
Can
sneak.
Nicole-
It's a sneak attack shove.
Can Nicole see through magical darkness?
It's fine. Pretty. Is that
I don't
spell
think
darkness?
I
Or
don't
is
think
that
darkness
only-
allows you to see through. I think
Yeah,
that was a
dark-
warlock ability from the last game.
Yeah, darkness is magical darkness.
Correct.
It's not the same as normal darkness.
So none of us would be able to see through this right now.
All right, so then it would just be a
It
contest.
was my fucking warlock. That. Okay.
What do I roll? For like
You
stage
can roll
stuff.
athletics or acrobatics against his athletics.
Okay.
Well, she's trying to keep
I ain't
it
gonna
close,
win.
though, so she's just doing athletics versus it, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
alright, come on.
They're trying to push.
What
it.
did you roll?
Whatever.
You could get lucky.
There's no way. Her, yeah.
Yeah.
She's a +8. Like, I ain't doing it.
So you're pressed up against me in the.
I drop concentration on darkness. I look at her. If you are ever wounded, you can go fuck yourself. And I'll walk out.
There you go.
And I'll go to the outside version, and I will make my way to the kitchen.
I do not.
Through
follow
the outs.
you. I don't follow you. There you go. That, Rolene, is how you establish authority. Oh, we can't see. Oh my god.
Well, he just said he canceled it, so you can't see. But we didn't see
No,
what
I-
happened there.
No, but really, can't see.
He's just currently biting through a bone.
Oh, okay, thank God.
You two have done nothing but establish yourself as fools.
Didn't
Nicole,
someone
you-
say that's lover's spot?
Nicole,
I give
can
you a
see
death stare of Helios.
She has
what
no
looks like an
idea.
awful scene. A splatter of blood that's dripped onto the floor and now begun to spill out. And,
You're trying, but
across the way, you can see a splattered, a absolutely splattered rat that's become hardened in rigor mortis. Your knowledge of Skitskitsidarius, it does not look like Skitskitsidarius. There's just patterns in the fur that are slightly different.
oh thank God,
I walk up to it.
it's a different rat.
You cast Speak with Den on the rat.
I would like to roll medicine. Pretty sure there's no way to.
It's
Dude,
got
this
rigor
is
mortis,
completely
dude. Yeah,
dead.
it's 100%
Yeah.
dead. Yeah, that wouldn't happen.
She did literally 6 times its health. With one smack.
Well, she used an improvised weapon, so it's an average of 2 plus 5, so it's 7, right? Was what it would have been. Yeah.
Do they are improvised D4s?
Yeah,
I thought they were
1d4
just
for
one.
improvised weapons.
All right, you know what? Roll me a D4. Let me see how many times more more
You
of
did
its
have
health
one
you
at
did.
6.
A D4.
In worst case, it's plus 9 times its health. 9 times
All right,
its
yeah,
health.
you did 9 times its health. You killed this rat nearly 10 times over with that one smash. It's
Basically.
bone structure, Nicole. Just on immediate observation, it would be paste at this point, just mixed in with the blood.
But at least it was
Oh,
instantaneous. It didn't suffer.
You can see by the position it's in and the situation that its last moments were fear. It was an agony. One of the
bag full.
this poor rat.
I'll walk over, grab the rate. I'll look around. Is there like a towel? There's like paper.
There'd be towels in this area, mainly to clean up the food
Please.
stuff.
I
Please.
grab the towel, wrap the rate,
And bury the rat.
and I will go to the back. And I don't have much here, but I'll use my mace, and I'll start
Clobbering the dirt, trying
clobbering
to dig
it
it up.
down, making a
Clobbering
small
the
little
dirt.
grave.
Yeah, some guarding tool. Like you could probably find a. I mean, you're
Yeah.
Darius, like there's gotta be a shovel somewhere, or
There-
trowel.
I'll look around. Is there anything here?
Yeah,
Near
you can,
vicinity.
Near the garden, you can see there's a pitchfork and one of those smaller shovels meant for digging up
Shovel.
potholes.
Yeah, trowel.
Yeah. Yes. One of you could take an oath of vengeance right now.
No. You have the rat. You know Aurora doesn't like rats. She's conveniently.
That was not a thought he had on his own.
I'll start making this grave. Oh, it came across his mind. I wouldn't waste a rat twice.
This
You could
poor rat.
lay the rat on her pillow. Ugh.
All right, you dig the grave for the rat, a solemn grave. You pat down the dirt afterwards.
Grandma.
You lament unneeded death, really.
We literally had a swarm of them that helped us out. I just hope that this wasn't another one of those.
I was trying to be
Hopefully
an
you're,
informant.
hopefully you're just a regular old rat. Well, actually, looking at the rat, was it actually old?
No, and it didn't look particularly old.
They
It,
don't live
it,
very
it was a
long.
bit grimy looking.
They don't live very well in the first
Oh,
place.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
domesticated
they live like 5
rats,
years.
they only live like 2 years, so...
Alright. I'll wipe away my tears. And I'll make my way back to the front doors. Make my way in. It's around nighttime, right?
Yeah, it's night.
I'll make my way to my.
So we would twist the
Well,
rat's head straight off.
Oh
And,
my god.
Yeah. And, yeah, like I said, we would just turn them right into just water sources in the dunes.
Yeah, then drink it, Tisa. Like
hmm
balloons.
Yeah.
Look, Ra, Miko's eating bones. So cute.
Your dog frightens me.
What? Miko frightened. Look how dainty she is.
Yeah, but it's something about its face makes me
So
sad.
Look at her smile. You know.
Amelia,
I-
you know you're gonna have to take her on long dog walks. And you gotta clean her poo-poo.
The way
And
it's trained
feed her?
like a servant. It's just too much for me.
You're going to have to show Amelia what you mean by that.
The
No,
door's open.
that's your
and
dog
Frederick
now.
steps
Oh, Frederick. How are you?
Hi, Frederick.
in. What is this? The scraps of what was left here after 2 months?
No, this is
Fresh
this is
food,
Aurora's meal.
Frederick.
Fresh.
Right. It looks great. I think you did well for what you were given.
Yeah, she
You know-
professionally.
Frederick,
What,
William's
what-
going to be staying with us now.
Yeah, we
That's
offered. We offered for him.
I
to
have
stay.
news. I don't know whether good or bad.
Hmm.
Okay.
The
Give us
king-
the good news first.
I don't know whether it's good or bad is the problem. The
Oh,
king
it's the same news.
has, after informing him of what happened at the Burnlands and of Iran, he has given the guild a week to try and reclaim Iran
Before he
without
declares
causing a
war.
major incident before he'll send in a large army to try and claim it.
Yeah, I was gonna warn you about maybe talking with him, as it might be a declaration of war, but I wanted to sit in my chair more than that.
How long does it
Right.
take to get there?
Given the horses we're going to have, we should be there within 3 days, maybe 2,
Okay,
if we
so
ride during the night.
then we just say that we like around back. They say yes, we go. So we no problem.
No problem. Yeah.
Would there
Where's
be a
Carstein?
problem? You from
Oh.
Dunes? You're very understanding.
Yeah, dudes.
Yes, Thrak, you looks like you'll be taking the lead on this one.
Hey. Yeah.
We can
I can
trust.
do that.
We can trust Thrak. He'll have this, no
Yeah.
problem.
You know what we're all capable of, and well, all we have to do is save Prince Aran. The stampede will come later.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I could, sure. I, know all about the dunes. Everybody loves me at the dunes. Everybody loves me at the dunes.
You look like you're about to pass out. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just tired. I think I'm gonna go to bed now. That was good steak, thanks. That was like a last meal, really. It was pretty good.
The king has a wagon set up for us that should pick us up first thing in the morning, about 6 a.m. And then we'll be traveling non-stop there.
Oh, 6 a.m. nonstop, huh? We're not gonna take any breaks in between. There's so many things in between us and the dunes. It could
We're
be like a
heading
lot
to
of.
fort. We're heading to the fort. I believe it's Cromer. At that point, we'll swap off to camels and a new set of carriage riders and continue our way.
Yeah, we can take our time a little bit, though. You know, we got a whole week to do all this, so we got like a lot of time. Yeah, but let's savor every hour that we have together. I'm gonna go to bed. I need to sleep.
Right, well, rest well. We leave in the morning.
Crack of dawn, yes. I know, I heard. Sure.
Well,
Alright.
I hope you'll be joining us, Frederick, or are you going to remain here?
I most certainly will be accompanying you. I imagine that King or Prince or General Iran, whatever he goes by now, his health is of utmost importance to the guild. I think it would collapse if he were to die. I think the king would reclaim this building for some other purpose.
I concur. So, I'm glad you're coming with. How long has it been since you've spoken to the others, by the way? Anais and Cersei?
Probably over a month ago now. I haven't been keeping track.
You haven't heard anything from them?
Every now and then, Cersei will contact me if it's necessary. The last time I spoke to them, they were trying to follow through on this bounty guild. They were really intent on figuring out if the Cult of Ascension really did pay these people.
Where were they?
They were north of Pern.
Interesting.
Nicole spoke to me but a few nights ago via some sending magic, and he informed me that Cersei and them were alive.
Well, Nicole didn't mention that to us.
I did.
No, I don't recall you mentioning you speaking to Cersei and all them.
First thing I said was Cersei says hi to everyone, I hope everyone doing alright. And I talked about Cersei and the group had found a fake Ascended, and they were doing that. And then they're now on a mission. Frederick's by himself at the hall.
I'm trying to. I think you did say. I think I may be misremembering. But right, I X and A that, and then say.
Frederick looks down at the food, but yeah, he's right about one thing. He motions towards Thrak. We do need to rest up. That's an early departure, and we're already late into the evening.
That's right.
Though I suppose you might be able to sleep on the ride there. Though I'm told that we're not traveling in any amount of luxury. We're going to be low profile.
Oh, we're quite used to that by now.
I look over at the box. Is the box still there that I arcane
The donation
locked?
box is still there, yes.
All right. I go up to it and I speak the magic words of Kenneth, and it unlocks.
It's been pilfered.
Oh,
No, I'm kidding. There is no gold in it, though. So maybe it's been pilfered. But
All right, I'll put in 1,000 gold there.
Jesus.
it's your money.
I'm not gonna be carrying around 100 platinum in the fucking dunes. Is all I'm saying. I don't know what
Well,
you
that's
guys want to
true.
do. Then 100 platinum pieces there.
All right. Fantastic. Does anyone else want to do anything before sleeping and getting ready to travel the next day?
All right, I still got plenty of money, but
Money
not
for-
1,000.
Someone will show me how to walk the dog and all that, right? Aurora?
Nope.
You're left to learn on your own.
No.
This is your creature you paid for.
You pay for it.
I
I will
I guess-
watch. I will go with you and watch you from a distance.
She's gonna ask him,
I
what
will-
do I do? How do I do it? What's going on? It's a
You
lot.
walk your dog.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be like, it's gonna interaction like that. You'll just have to, she'll be asking like, how do I do it and stuff like that.
And you pick up the poop with your hands.
Oh, I could just do that with telekinesis. and then just pick it and put it in garden
bag?
fertilizer.
Sure, yeah, like a compost bin.
Easy.
Yeah,
You're
good
very
job.
good at this.
Oh, very good. And then you have to give it a bath.
Oh.
If it gets dirty, you gotta do the scrubbies.
No, Miko doesn't smell right now.
And then you gotta brush its teeth to make sure it has good oral care.
Brush teeth?
Yeah.
What's that?
You never brushed teeth for your dog?
What's
They make doggy toothpaste? Yeah.
what's brush teeth?
You never brushed your teeth before, Amelia?
What? What's that?
I teach you about oral care.
Oh my god.
From a walk to a washroom and then to bedroom. Eventually, everyone retires.
Dog toothbrush and dog toothpaste.
Amelia, you see that Miko's carrier has you pull it out and it's got a fancy dog bed in it. And the dog seems to prefer that.
And the dog sleeps with you, Amelia.
In Amelia's room. Which is now Jeremy's room. Which Amelia broke door. Is the door still broken?
The door's still broken.
Oh dear. When Miko will be in charge of Guildhall, you will protect it.
Singular bark.
Yes.
All right. Everyone goes to bed. Sadok, you return to your room. You open your closet, and you can see the plant is alive. It hasn't wilted, but it hasn't grown either. It seems to be stagnant.
I see. I water it, and I'll take out my poisoner's kit, and I'll prune it and make sure everything's well and good there.
It's not thriving, that's for sure.
Yeah.
This plant wants more dark, more earth. So it's all right. During the night, nothing eventful happens. It passes, and come the morning, everyone gets a knock on their door, and a very dour human that goes, "The cart is here. It's time to go."
Oh, Frederick, should Amelia dress Cor-g-ial or wear her older outfit?
Well, the dunes are quite hot, so whichever will be better for the heat.
Oh, that means sweaty. Okay, not wear Rora's nice dress then. We'll save that for different day.
I'm sure there'll be a party once we rescue Iran.
Which headband should Amelia wear? Oh, has Amelia showed you her thinking cap?
I really ought to wake the other people, Amelia. I'll see another. Frederick moves on, and the elves, he doesn't even have to knock on. You guys are already up.
Racist.
Yeah.
Gasp! Yeah.
Frederick stops in front of the elf door and he goes, "I'm not gonna wake this filthy dagger here," and then moves on.
Oh God!
No, that's not
damn
Frederick.
knife ears.
Knew Frederick was too good to be true.
No, stop ruining Frederick. He's
Frederick is good.
Frederick is good. All right, so everyone gathers their stuff, and has their morning bit of ration, and then gets onto the cart. And when he said you guys are traveling small or poorly, the back of this cart has hay on the bottom. There is a pig, so you guys have a pig companion there, by the way. And it's
big. Is it big?
It looks
or
like
a small one.
It's a decent sized pig. It's not like a 600-pound pig or anything, right? It's not one of those big pigs, but it's a decent pig. It's a pig, and there's other farming utensils back here.
It's been a while since I've traveled like this. Not since Herondal.
Media's already missing Miko.
Huh.
Aurora,
They'll be there.
Media miss Miko already.
They'll be there. You have Reen to take care of him.
Why are you?
In the meantime,
You can go back.
No, we have to go and save everyone. Amelia Mrs. Miracle.
in the meantime, apparently, a good few of the members of the Guild of Primera is known down in the dunes. I don't know about your lot, since you were away for so long, but you were at the ball and at the Inquisitor's defeat. So, the king has provided us, or at least his officers of international affairs, have provided us with these disguises. And he moves some hay aside to reveal a set of outfits that makes it look like you guys are desert farmers of some regard.
Oh,
man.
need to change some different outfits.
We won't need to yet. We're still over a day out, but I'm just prepping you for everything.
Oh, it's been a while since I've done that.
Are my calves amazing though?
What?
They're so
You
amazing.
just finger cuts Frederick with a question about your quality.
You're stupid, Aurora. My goodness.
I
don't
think
think
Aurora's calves are amazing. I thought calves.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll need to go as far as fake names or anything, but this will just get us at a glance not cared about.
I've already thought up a whole backstory.
Feel free to indulge yourself in it.
If it comes to it that we get questioned, I'll take care of it. So, yeah, we have a long trip ahead of us. I guess everybody get comfortable. Does the pig have a name?
Let's call him Oinky.
The pig is just... this is the carriage driver who's
Yeah.
leaning back. The pig is just a prop. I mean, local farmer gave it to us. Apparently infertile or something, hasn't yielded any. Feel free to call it whatever you want.
Alright, Oinky it is.
I'm gonna call
Oinky.
him Bartholomew.
That's a solid name. Bartholomew Pig.
A Bartholomew Pig. Or perhaps I'll call him Rayless Angstrom Pig.
Rayless Angst. A powerful name.
Martyr. Right. So the group sits back, lounges back, and enjoys their free travel. Along the way, you guys reach like a random inn, and your driver will just sort of swap out with a new person, and they'll hitch on new horses and just keep moving. And it's like, man, that was after it's like 6 to 8 hours of travel. The guy just swaps out with a new person, new
We
horse.
got planned stops.
And this continues even during the night. The guy who's driving, when the sun starts to set, he reaches over and lights a torch on the side and keeps it moving.
Certainly hope we don't run into any bandits or a horde of an army of demons as we're going across Primera. That would not be fortunate.
Yep, it's getting doony every day, ain't it?
You know,
Getting doony. It's getting a little doonish.
Threk, I'm starting to think that you don't want to go back to the dunes.
I don't think I'm ready to go back to the dunes quite yet, but we are doing it. We're gonna do that.
Why don't you think you're ready?
I don't think I've. I think I did I say that? I didn't say that.
You did say that. What? Is something expected of you? Are you a...
No. Let's just get in and get out of there. You know, just a little extract, right?
You want to take this the stealth route?
Yeah, let's do that.
Thrax says, he curls up and faces away, getting ready for sleep.
He's like sobbing.
Let's do that.
Well, I can try.
Eventually, night overtakes the group. You have a nice rest while traveling. The next morning comes, and there's a few more changes. At some point, you guys stop and refuel canteens, and new rations are provided for you. So you guys don't have to minus rations; just gain 2 rations, and
Cool.
then minus them. But as we reach the end of the second day, you guys are outside of Fort Cromer, which is a no, you guys would have already passed Fort Cromer, actually. But you guys, nearing the end of the second day, passed Fort Cromer, this sort of large, old-looking war structure that was put there just in case when the war with the Beastmen of the Dunes would begin, but never happened. It has these walls that are way bigger on one side, facing forward, and it's sort of raised up on a hill so that it's really hard to siege from any other angle. It is a well-maintained war house. But you guys leave it in the dust. And come the morning of the third day, you guys swap to camels and are treading through sand. And this is you have entered the dunes. The dunes where it appear across the top of the screen. The dunes. And then the sand whips
The
by.
music kicks in.
Yes, the Arabian Nights music.
Yep, that's the Godbear Mountains right there. Yep, there. I remember those. I used to climb those.
Isn't that where Gideon should be?
I'm sure there's something in there. What's a mountain range look like, by the way?
They are gigantic. They are
That's what I thought.
absolutely massive. They go on for like tens and maybe hundreds of miles behind them.
Yeah. They are magnificent, aren't they?
Very
And
imposing.
as your cart is going down one of the main roadway out of the dunes to Cromer, you are passing several what look like Minotaur people, a few satyrs, tons of orcs that are all they seem to be carrying things on their shoulders. They look like traders, and they're heading over to Cromer.
All right, time to don my garb.
Oh, yes, everyone dons their garb pretty secretly in the back. It just sort of fits over your stuff, so you don't have to remove your armor.
Yep, I definitely throw something around my face, and I keep my face hidden, and I keep everything nice and face hidden on there. Nobody can see me.
We are unseeable at the current moment.
That's what I'm doing. I'm gonna go ahead and put things on my face. I'm gonna say, keep the hands out your eyes.
All right,
Why
Amelia.
are you talking like that?
I'm trying not to bring a kid into myself, yeah.
Am I Amelia supposed to use different voice too?
No, that was character voice that I was saying. I was saying.
I
that
was saying what?
No, that's not a Dune accent.
Well, what's Dune accent?
Oh, there's a lot of Dune accents here. You could use all kinds. We got all kinds of people out here. Beast people. You know Orcish? I say in Orcish.
That?
No.
Amelia, you have no idea. And as you're hearing that behind you, you hear like this sort of hyena cackling, sound as 2 gnolls are walking by, laughing and talking to each other.
Oh, that's right. We got gnolls too. I'm on edge. Like crazy.
He's like sweating. Fuck, you don't look so good. You okay? Is your flower hurting you?
Oh, no, I'm doing right. We're doing all right. We're in the dunes now.
We are in dunes. There look many dunes.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of boring though. The same thing over and over.
Yeah, super boring. We should just turn around.
All right.
It's not much.
As you're saying that, and you crest one of the hills on this road, off in the distance, you can see a large city that has these tall structures. It's kind of circular. They're all circular shaped, and these waving long flags up in the air that sort of cast a light.
Do you see? Aurora, do you see? Look.
Thrak, you know that's nice old Ozun.
That's Ozun. Yep.
The city of festivals, really.
Yeah, it's fairly festive. All right. Yep. That's it.
Yeah, with all that, then we can. You can help us get Aran back, right? Because you tell them that, hey, we here get Aran back, and then no problem.
Yeah, we could. Let's just start with just going that way.
As you're riding by, you hear a scuffle and a large amount of like wings flapping, and you see an Aarakocra on the ground getting beaten up by an orc. Punching him.
Are we in this? Are we in the city now?
No, this is outside the city.
Oi, stop that! You're hurting him.
As soon as I see Amelia's mouth open, I clasp my hand over it.
The orc looks back, and you see this gets the attention of two bugbears that are with him, and they look at your cart as it goes by.
I keep silent, and then I whisper to her, "We're not to draw attention here."
But they're hurting us.
There's plenty of pain that goes on all over the world. We can't save it all. We have to keep our objective in mind. We're here for Iran.
All right. As you reach the city walls, you can see the two guards here. One seems to be a large sort of crocodilian kind of person, a lizard folk, and the other a centaur.
This reminds me of that crocodile wipe.
The crocodilian walks up to the carriage driver and goes, "State your purpose here." And the carriage driver hands him a paper.
Farmland purchased east of Ozun. Right.
He hands it back. And motions his hand, and the cart's just allowed to pass. Whatever paper he had there was enough. Was legal enough.
Nod my head.
Yeah. The alligator man like glares at you for a minute before crossing his arms. The centaur he just stares forward, uncaring, and you can tell that guy getting beaten up is within their purview. It's not their problem.
Yeah.
Everyone feels a tingle on the back of their neck. This time we don't have to worry about Kaylin. I don't feel as bad.
Except for Frederick.
But we have Frederick now. God dang it. All right. 3 hours.
All right. As you pull in, you can hear there's people cheering from one of the center large structures. Thrak, you know that's the Colosseum.
Mm-hmm.
Regular fights there. They like to bring in exotic beasts, have heroes. Even stage public executions there.
Yeah, they do that.
They do that.
What's happening over there?
Oh, fighting.
Fighting bad guys?
Yeah. You know, actually, Aurora, you might actually fare pretty well here. How much? Can you flex real quick?
Seems that Aurora's sleeping still.
Aurora.
I was drinking water.
Huh.
Aurora, how do you feel about possibly? There's a lot of fighting here, and one of the great ways to put on a really
getting in the rink.
Well, it's
That
respect here is kind of earned.
Don't remember what happened to Nicole when he got hit? Flower.
Oh, Nicole got hit.
Yeah, on boat. The flower.
Oh.
Yes, we can't.
No, that's going to hurt Rob. Lot.
We don't need to fight right now. Also,
I'm just saying,
we're trying to lay low.
Laying low is one thing, but laying low is one thing, but establishing dominance is another.
What's that?
Let's
Well
not
said.
worry about anything like that. Our
Okay.
primary objective here is to rescue the prince or the general or whatever he goes by now.
Right. Right.
But in order to do that, we're going to have to find the seer. We don't know where they've taken him. And
Yeah,
the
we
seer
have-
should be here.
That's right. Okay.
Have we gotten a debrief of what the series? Is this like the bounty hunter?
No, it's the tabaxi who can apparently find any living creature.
Yeah,
the
that's
the tracker.
That's the the tracker. Okay,
Right,
bounty
yeah,
hunter,
the
tracker,
tracker.
seer. Okay.
Well, all right.
What does the seer look like?
Tabaxi, isn't they?
Do we know what kind of tabaxi? Because
That's all
Kenan
you
was
can-
pot tabaxi. We've seen other tabaxi. They don't look the same.
True.
When Nicole had the sending spell and he responded back, did he respond back that he found the seer? I thought he said he found the seer.
I think he
right?
said he found the seer, didn't he?
He found the seer.
So he found the seer. Did he? If
But
we want,
was-
we can ask him.
But was kidnapped.
But was kid? Oh, so the seer was kidnapped too?
Who knows?
Well, we could
Oh.
sending a run.
Well, we could do a sending and ask him if he was kidnapped, if the seer was kidnapped with him, or and more information about his whereabouts or his
Let's just roll
appearance.
some. Or let me just look at something real quick.
Sure.
Laris, your passive perception's 19 now,
I
right?
think it's 19 because of the luck stone. Yeah.
Jesus
All
Christ!
right, DTW and Laris, as you're discussing about how to find the seer, and the car is moving
The
past
seer
the-
walks by us.
No
Has-
way.
No, then the car is passing the Colosseum. You see up on the front board, execution of Rashan the Seer, and a
God
picture,
damn it.
Oh, man.
a picture of the Tabaxi on it.
Oh, that's a tabaxi. Why did I know?
Oh, I was afraid of that.
Well,
That tabaxi.
Stop the cart.
The cart comes to a stop.
Why? Piggy, you stay juicy fun like this, okay?
no, the pig is not gonna make it.
Pat the pig's
I-
head and then he'll jump off the cart.
The pig has no chance.
I don't
Alright.
want it to come to this.
Disembarking. You look at the sign, the execution of Rashan the Seer. It's a very well done drawing of this Tabaxi. One of their eyes, though, you can see it seems to be made out of like there's this stone effect around it. It seems very weird. One of his eyes.
Mm.
Well,
What time? Does it say a time or
Looking
date?
at the time and then looking at the sky, this happened 10 minutes. This started 10 minutes ago.
Oh, no, I'm talking about on
the.
No. Oh, so like on the
it's
poster,
ongoing.
Yeah,
the poster is happening now.
The cheering you guys heard when you entered was maybe the start of this situation.
Oh, Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
man.
Okay, all right. Well, welcome to the dunes.
Well, then we.
Right.
How do we say from a top getting everyone mad at us?
We're going to have to potentially do this in a way where we escape Threk, this Colosseum, explain the layout while we walk.
Explain
Thrag.
layout.
Threk, my dear friend.
What? No.
You know when it comes to these types of executions, these people are allowed defense attorneys. What that means in this
Huh.
situation is they're allowed people to come in and fight beside them in whatever execution that they've been deemed to.
And if they win,
Yeah.
they're like proven by gods, they're allowed to keep living.
Yes.
Something like that. Is there a specific
Yes.
god
I like
that these
it.
people worship? Is that, or is this it's like a religious, or is it just like?
These people love
nature.
Torzagaros and Ymir. They are big fans.
Okay. And so
Big fans of Torzagaros.
And so this
Big.
This is like a religious thing, then, right? Like
This
might means
trial,
right.
no, this trial is just this is the
Pure
Dune's
entertainment.
trial
This
system.
is a pure entertainment.
They what this means is they really don't care whether he lives or dies. He's gotten a sentence where his life isn't important right now, and
Yeah.
it's just like if he can put on a good fight, fuck it, he can live.
Okay. Okay. So yeah. All right. So then with that, we can participate. Risk it all.
Yes, you can become a defense attorneys for him.
Yeah, we're gonna have to defend attorney this guy.
What attorney?
Well, we're gonna have to basically go in there and fight the battle with him or for him at this point in time. They're gonna throw something at him, and considering he was kind of assisting the prince of the fucking humans, they're gonna hate him.
Does that mean we have to fight in this, or can media change back? Actually, there's no way we have time.
No, we're
No,
just
we
gonna
stay
have
like
to
this.
go.
We will be victorious. Just everyone be smart, watch what you're doing, but we need to get in there and we need to act fast.
I'm gonna need you guys to call me Nicole from now on.
Hi, Nicole.
Are you
and
wanted in the
too.
dunes?
Which one's Nicole and which one's Nicole too?
We're both Nicole at this point in time.
Oh
Well,
man.
then what Nicole? How do we differentiate?
Nicole too.
You Nicole too, or Nicole too?
I think he's the call too.
I hope both of you die a quick death.
Why do you say you want Milia to die? Milia just want to know which one Nicole is.
No, you're fired.
We need to go down. That tabaxi is probably gonna die.
Oh,
We
yeah.
gotta go.
We're not having that happen.
We have to go.
Yes, we're dashing inside.
Yes.
We dash.
Heading inside, there seems to be some luck because you don't see a tabaxi dead on the field. Instead, what you see is a man standing over a large lion that has been skewered by several spears, and it's an orc man. He's got his hands in the air. He's cheering.
Yeah.
I look. Is there like a tournament organizer at a desk or anything? Like some sort of fucking
There's
like
a
bailiff?
man. There's a man up on a big podium. Here he is. Let's get him out.
Oh,
that's
man.
not Catman. That's his cat. Okay. Media thought
God,
it was
Dune
Catman.
people are gonna look so fucking funny.
Is that like garage there? What is this?
Um,
oh,
it's
it
not
almost looks
garage.
like garage from a distance.
The one true horse. Look at him.
Mountains of skulls and rivers of blood.
The pit boss.
Do we-
He's pit boss Grok, dude.
Do
Or
we
Grak.
do we speak with him, or does he announce that? Are there any defenders?
So
It's a good start.
Yes, Thrak, you know how it goes. Is he's going to ask, is there anyone who would stand in defense of the accused? And if you stand in defense, you don't speak up. You hop in the ring. Like it's just you go in.
Your defense is hopping in.
Media can jump in.
Yeah,
Alright,
we're
well.
gonna have to go in when they bring him out.
All right.
Just don't get hit, cause it's going to hurt.
Are there any rules to this?
Don't die.
You're not allowed to leave the arena until your trial is complete.
Yeah, leaving the arena will not save you.
There's no yielding. It is to death.
It's to the death.
It's till death of whatever you're against or yourself.
All right.
Is there
well,
We
outside?
do have to keep him alive.
Is there outside interference?
If
If so
Thrak,
willing.
you know if people want someone dead really bad, they can hop in on the other side.
This whole arena could hop in against us if
But
they
not,
wanted
not
to.
Mid, not mid-fight, right? Only at the beginning.
Mid-fight, no,
Mid-
mid-fight, they
mid-fight,
can hop
if more
in.
people want in,
Defenders can do
yeah.
that too,
If-
then, right?
If they want to, it rarely happens that people care about the defense.
Oh.
More
So let's just say
they're-
someone doesn't want to jump in, but wants to cast spells from the outside.
Oh no, you have to
won't
jump
work.
in.
No,
You have
I
to
think you
go
have to get
in
in,
to
yeah.
participate.
And casting spells is kind of rare here.
I didn't.
Are
want
we
it to come
allowed
this.
to like cast spells before?
You can hop in with a bless on you, but the fight might not immediately start.
I'm gonna. So
The
actually-
bless or an enlarge?
Only less than a minute, both of those. So we're just
Yeah.
gonna go in.
I
dude.
mean, I could take. I mean,
you
you
can
know.
cast magic mid-thing. So like, as long as if your buff doesn't last over a minute, it's not worth casting until we go in.
Sadek is gonna like reach under the
No.
clothes and pull out a small vial and a cloth and one of his daggers. He's gonna pour the contents of the vial on this cloth, wrap the cloth around the dagger, and then put it back in its holster. I'm applying Assassin's Nettle to one of my daggers.
My God,
Oof.
Assassin's Nettle.
Playing
Alright.
Playing
Melia sees
dirty.
that, and she just kind of like waves her fingers over one
Playing
of her short
dirty.
swords, like trying to copy it.
You know, I've seen worse forms of crime and punishment, but I don't put this one very high on the list. Oh.
Very barbaric, but at least it gives the accused a chance.
It's good to be back, actually.
I want a thicker line. This line ain't thick enough for me.
Not a Colosseum line. This is like a...
big Coliseum too.
There we go. That's a Colosseum line.
Let's shrink it down a bit. You know, he's right. It is a bit big. Let's get it that big. Is that too big? Let's do this big. All right, there we go.
Right.
There we go. A nice circle for the accused.
So then I could stand in. I'm gonna stand with goalie then.
I assume that it's like is it like an amphitheater or is it like a full stadium where there's seats all around it?
There's seats all around.
Okay.
It's
Like an arena. Alright, Coliseum. Okay.
I take it that we're not going to be so lucky as to do a trial by Jingo.
No, I don't think there is no Jingo squad in the dunes. If there is, we definitely want to start recruiting from it.
Very
All
true.
right. As you're all waiting, you see one of the gates on this side open up, and this man is brought out.
What a badass looking tabaxi! Let's go!
He is not missing an eye. That's not our tabaxi.
It is. Don't worry
okay.
about him. He's
Damn.
let out, and they unshackle his manacles, and then move back.
That's our guy.
Yes, it is.
If it isn't the fake seer, Rashan. Your crimes are numerous, and most without need of stating. But foremost, you are charged with treason, an attempt of assassination.
And you can hear the crowd is cheering. They want this guy fucking dead. You can tell he's probably hated for the wrong reasons, but they don't like him.
For you, I've prepared a particularly gruesome trial. One that will hold the magnitude of your crime. It is my right as the judge, the jury, and the executioner, Grok.
He's not executing though.
He's sentencing to execution. That's enough
Yeah.
for him.
But first, of course, the accused may state their case, and perhaps win over the hearts of the people to defend them.
When I look upon all of you, I see disgusting faces that I will be glad to be rid of once I'm in the afterlife. Get this over with.
Oh, I'm insulted.
he
Call me
didn't-
disgusting.
He didn't look at you. By the way. He just knows his situation. He knows he's fucked.
You hear that? Disgusting faces. Now I ask, almost in jest, is there anyone out there who would stand on the side of this?
She forward flips
and the whole squad flips in.
I'm fine.
Oh,
Frederick, stay close to Roxanne.
Drax takes a step back, the coward!
All right, Nicole, do you step in?
Nope.
But you won't be able to help us!
It was saying when I left that we could jump in mid-fight.
Not... Oh, no,
We
you're
can't
right.
jump in mid-fight. Yeah.
So if I'm gonna heal it, I'm just gonna sit up here, cross my arms until I need to jump in.
So you know, like you're willing to just go rounds without helping.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not gonna lower the CR of what's happening then. I'm just warning you.
I'm ready
Some
for it.
fighting
Pain of the
music.
burning
Larry, change
sensation.
the music.
I'm ready for it.
I don't have a Coliseum... Okay, you know what?
You know how I like to call it? Here, I got you. I got a Coliseum one. I prepared for this.
If
Hold on.
anything, if nothing stops him, Sidek will approach Rakshan and then whisper under his breath to him, "We are friends. We need your help, and we will help you escape."
You chose a terrible time to become friends, comrade.
That's my
Telling you now, we're all going to die.
Not today.
You better be strong, then. They never even gave me my weapons.
Do you
What do you
want one
use?
of these? And she'll offer one of the short swords.
That would be fantastic. He'll
Hands
draw
up,
it out.
done.
Okay, Media
Right.
needs to keep some for herself, though.
Mm,
Hi, by the
of
way,
course.
I'm Media.
Rakshan, it is a pleasure. May our first meeting not be our last. But I know what is coming. It's a beast. One that they had captured for a ceremony to happen in Kingshold, but it was cancelled. So now it's here.
Oh no.
Well, an unexpected turn of events. This beast we've prepared is large. Raise the cage.
Oh, wait, he said raise the cage?
Raise the cage.
What did we get ourselves
Where's the
into?
cage at? Am I on the cage?
You're
You watch as from around the bottom of this, a jagged spiked metal begins to rise up from the ground as if like spears under the arena.
Oh,
Nic-
like
Nicole-
to
Nicole,
cut
this-
off this.
And to cut off everything. You won't have any outside intervention.
Oh, that means Nicole
Which,
needs to jump
th-
inside!
Brack, you know this means whatever's coming out is big. It's not like it's not just gonna be tough, but it is gonna be big.
So this is one of those that like nobody can get in because they're afraid of something getting out.
Yes.
Okay, so I think Nicole would be smart enough to get in here.
No, he can stay out if he wants.
I could technically cast from here.
If you
too.
cast from outside, they will beat you to death. You've already been informed. You've already been informed. They don't allow you to
Yeah,
participate
Yeah,
from
I'm being
outside.
forced into this now.
He jumps in.
One more stepping over.
I didn't expect so many people to be on the side of defense.
This is big.
Alright, so the gate's getting like opened and then there's stuff. Do we have time to do things?
Yeah, you can move around right now. Right now they're raising before they're letting whatever this is into the arena. They're raising this
Where's
this
the
thing.
gate?
The one that it's gonna come out of is underneath him.
Okay, so it's coming back,
It's,
right?
Well, I should be in the
it's,
front. I
It's
should be in the
slightly.
front.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be in
it's
the front right
slightly
here.
lowered, and it is about 10. It's like there's a little ramp, and it's 20 feet high.
Okay, you guys need to all get back so I could be right here. I'm
Um,
gonna be right here. Maybe a little bit closer. Maybe a little bit closer.
before we do anything, I will have them group up together. I'm gonna be casting Emboldening Bonds on Threk, Sidek, and Amelia.
Fine.
And I will cast Sanctuary on myself. Just in case. Smile.
Fantastic.
Smile.
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 No smile.
Smile.
No smile.
Yeah.
Alright.
Talk that to the red.
Smiling. I thought we were like beating things up.
No smiling.
Because this is going to hurt, whatever this is.
And he wants me to get hurt.
This is
You
the
can
key.
be the first to
This is the
die.
area he came
See?
from. There's currently a gate there too.
I plant my feet down just very firmly on the ground as I rage now. Can I rage now? Is the thing gonna?
I
go up
wouldn't
right
rage yet. You wait
Okay.
until the fight starts.
now? Okay.
If she rages, can I throw a pebble at her every turn?
Yes, it'll do 1 damage.
And then plus the burning?
God, our health got so badly tanked with the level up. Oh.
Yeah, we're the same.
This is so bad. I only gained 3 HP out of that health. Oh man,
lost
gained
HP.
health.
3.
I thought you
I
rolled a
lost.
3.
3. Yeah, 3 plus whatever. It was only
so
3
3 plus your
HP.
con of,
I went from
3.
70 to 73. That's literally
Then we
it.
lost
You should have
10.
lost 3 health then.
No, I gained 3.
But you rolled a 3 in the die, I thought.
Not on the first one.
You mean in the first one? I thought whatever.
Because we lost 10 HP.
I'm just gonna cry.
That's between you and the DM then. That's you know what?
I'm not informed about what you guys roll for health.
It's on the table.
Yeah, it's just done on
But-
the table.
Yeah.
I don't keep track of it. But remember, you all lost 10 health from the thing. You have a minus 10 max right now.
Yeah. At 48 HP.
Sidex says a
Dang,
silent prayer.
Even after 10 drop?
Yeah, I'm at 58 normally.
Here I am at like sub 40. I'm like, oh man, I'm nervous.
I have a plus 4 con, dude.
Oh my god, that's nuts.
I have a plus 2 con, and I'm just at 42.
I'm at 49.
Plus 1 con.
This is so bad.
As a
did
wizard,
I do
48
it?
is pretty sick.
Oh.
You're normal now.
Okay. These two come back up and whisper something to him. And then now there's this sort of dome. It looks like once the spears got like above the wall, they curved inwards a bit. And so it's like this sort of almost dome. There's an open sky. If you could cast fly, you could leave.
Are there like
So I had a way to
spikes
get
at the
in.
bottom of that, like the dome? Are there like barbed spikes and stuff at the bottom of the defense dome?
Yeah, the spears have little jagged bits on them the
You
whole
can't
way
even,
up.
like run and like grab onto it, and like, it's like hanging.
All right.
Is it coming? It's coming out of this?
That's your presumption.
I try to perceive what's going on here. Where do I think, from my knowledge of where things come out, is it going to be multiple things from different locations, or is this going to be one giant thing, or is this like if I know? Otherwise,
It would really, it can change. If it's like, if there was like 3 tigers, they might have 1 come out one entrance and 2 come out another.
Okay.
If it was one giant thing, it would be whatever entrance they thought was more entertaining.
Okay. So there's 2 entrances, or is there 4 entrances?
There's 2.
There's 2. So it could be
And,
here or here.
As you guys have all taken your positions, the man holds up his hands to silence the crowd.
Well, defendants, I hope you brought your fight. You're going to need it. Release the beast!
I'm scared.
That's a bunch of
And
corgis.
you watch as this gate begins to open, and then behind you hear this gate begin to open, and from each one of them,
Oh,
hydras come out.
Oh
2 hydras.
my
2 hydras.
god.
They begin to stomp out.
I heard this is not what I signed up for. I heard a singular beast, not 2.
He said beast.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Well, okay, well you can take one and I'll take the other.
Don't worry. They each only have 3 heads right now.
Okay,
Right
well
now.
that's
Every time you cut a head off, new ones will spawn, and then it will heal
It's
some
like
hit points.
Greek
Gains an extra
mythology.
attack per
So
hit.
as these things come stomping out, their heads snapping around, looking around, they focus on the targets before them, and Rakshan crosses his arms and goes, "We're all going to fucking die."
We are all gonna fucking die.
And when initiative would need to be rolled, that's when the session comes to an end.
No!
Surrounded by the hydras inside the Colosseum of Orzun.
Kill Let's roll for initiative, Box, at least. Please,
No,
Box!
that's next session.
No,
Next
Box! No!
session.
No!
Maybe they're false hydras.
Did I roll? Maybe it's false
That's
hydra.
even worse, dude.
Listen, they only have 3 heads. You're fine.
Like 3. 3 heads
If we can cut 3 heads off in the same turn, dies.
Does it really?
Yeah, if it's for normal
That's fucking 75 damage though, isn't it?
Hydra.
Per head?
You just have to do. We'd have to do 75 damage within one turn per person, and then the 3 heads will be off before its turn comes back. Right? If we can do that,
Oh my god.
it's gone. So, I mean, obviously, focusing down one of them as soon as possible is the smartest thing to do.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
well,
then we can scamper through the rain. All right, well, hey, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for listening. Thanks for participating. And thanks for playing. And then check us next Saturday to see if we can beat the 2 3-headed hydras of Warzone. And remember, don't trust the Dungeon Master. Good night!
All right.